Yes. Good morning, colleague.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Mark Bannister from South Africa, Department of Water and Sanitation. How are you guys this morning?
We are fine. Thank you. The introductions will start and the facilitator will begin and you'll be called upon to make the introductions. So on that note, Pastor Trace, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Emmanuel. Good morning, colleague. Good morning for those who are here face-to-face with us and those who are online. So the meeting is hybrid. And thank you very much for making the trip to this beautiful city of Gaborone. So we are here for 3 days of our training on the WASSMO and the AfricaSan goal commitment. So as I said, the meeting is in 3 days and we'll go through the different elements of the WASSMO and the reporting process. And before that, we have the official opening of our meeting. And then before moving to that point, we ask our participants here to introduce themselves so we know a bit who is in this meeting room and those who are online. So we'll start with those who are here face-to-face with us. Then we'll start with this table, the table of Emmanuel. And please always keep your mask. It's a requirement, always keep your mask on, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Taurai Maja from Zimbabwe, the ministry responsible for water, the Department for National Water Sanitation, Hygiene, and Pollution Coordination. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tatenda Mwakmatanda. I'm also from Zimbabwe, under the department responsible for water resources development and utilization, and also under the ministry responsible for water. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Takawira, and I'm with the Global Water Partnership Southern Africa.
Morning, everyone. My name is Shamiso Kumbirai. I am also with Global Water Partnership Southern Africa.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Bobby Whitfield. I am the Chairman and CEO of the National Water Sanitation and Hygiene Commission for the Republic of Liberia.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jonathan Baumake from Water Utilities Corporation, the parastatal that keeps it flowing, meaning the water and wastewater services. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gilbert Gwati from Botswana. I'm with Department of Water and Sanitation in the Ministry of Lands and Water Affairs.
Good morning. My name is Irene Madilola from the Ministry of Lands and Water Affairs, Department of Water and Sanitation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dimpo Alghani from Department of Water and Sanitation. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sanisosa Kugengwa from the Department of Water and Sanitation, which is under the Ministry of Lands and Water Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Makosini Koza from the Kingdom of Eswatini under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy and the Department of Water Affairs, where the water sector is. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Daniel Sitole from Eswatini. I work for the Ministry of Health, responsible for sanitation and hygiene. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kabonda. I'm from Angola, and we come from the Ministry of the Energy and the Water.
Good morning. My name is Lorenzo Lucas I'm coming from Angola, from the Ministry of Energy and Water.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alcino Nyakum from Mozambique, National Directorate of Water Supply and Sanitation. And I work actually as a head of studies and projects. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Matevele Setefani. I come from the Mountain Kingdom in the Sky, Lesotho. I work for the Ministry of Water. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Egidio Govati. In simple way, call me Govati. I'm also from Mozambique, like Mr. Alcino, but in another unit, Directorate for Water Resource Management. Currently, I'm working as a head of Department of Planning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, so far we have participants from Lesotho, Mozambique, the representative of GWP, from South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Malawi, Liberia, and us from AMCAV. So thank you again to the Ministry of Land and Water Affairs who are facilitating our venue and the organization of this meeting. The representative of the SACDEC is on his way, and I will now introduce those officials here to do the opening ceremony. So we have the pleasure to have the Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Land and Water Affairs of the Botswana, Mr. Chizi Molowa. I hope I pronounced very well the name. Thank you. And also the representative of AMCAL Executive Secretary, Mr. Thomas Banda. So SADC, represented by Dr. Kabeya, will join us soon. Thank you. So now we'll give the floor to the official for the opening ceremony of this training. So
I guess you forgot to introduce me as David Molefa from Botswana, Chief Water Engineer at Department of Water and Sanitation under Ministry of Lands and Water Affairs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do I speak from here?
Okay, so we'll give the floor to the representative of the AMCAL Executive Secretary for his remark, and then the Deputy Permanent Secretary will open this training. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrice. The Honorable Minister of Land and Water Affairs, ably represented by the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Chizi Molawa, the representative of Southern Africa Development Community, represented by Dr. Patrice Kabeya, the UN representative, distinguished AMCO TAC members, AMCO focal points, and the monitoring and evaluation focal points, partners and experts. Let me also recognize the presence of the Global Water Partnership, Southern Africa, who are among us. Ladies and gentlemen, today is not a day of long speeches, but allow me to say a few remarks on behalf of the Executive Secretary, Dr. Rashid Mbazira, who would have loved to be here with us today, but has not been able to do so because of other equally pressing engagements. It is my delight to make this opening remark during this auspicious training workshop on the African water and sanitation sector, as well as the AfricaSan monitoring and reporting, commonly known as the WASSMO. This is the penultimate step towards officially launching the 2022 data collection campaign towards the development of the next water and sanitation sector WASSMO report. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Africa Water Facility through the African Development Bank and the government of Botswana through the Ministry of Land and Water Affairs, who have made it possible for us to have this event here in Gaborone, Botswana. Deputy Payment Secretary, please extend our gratitude to the Honorable Minister for the warm hospitality that you have rendered to us. We feel at home. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this WASSMO training we are launching today aims at strengthening member states' capacity to collect credible, reliable, and high-quality data on the water and sanitation sector in Africa for adequately informing evidence-based policy direction by our high-level decision makers. This process is quite crucial for us, AMCO, to fulfill its mandate to annually report on the progress the sector is making towards achieving the SDG 6 and the Africa Water Vision 2025 targets to the heads of state and governments of the African Union Summit. The results of the 2021 WASSMO report show that the enabling environment for water resources management and development is not yet very strong. The systems for administering data management and information sharing needs to be strengthened. Sustainable, innovative financing for the sector is still a challenge, resulting to the low universal access and equitable safe water supply, safely managed sanitation, basic hygiene, and the challenges of open defecation. We therefore need to harmonize our efforts if we are to effectively tackle these bottlenecks. Investment financing at government and donor levels has to be intensified. Strong synergies for capacity development has to be built with the various monetary initiatives at both regional and global levels. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, much as we are able to produce the 2021 WASSMO report with key recommendations I've just highlighted, the data collection process itself was not a smooth ride. Only 38 out of 55 member states reported, and even at that, less than 34% of the member states reported 70% and above of the 44 required indicators. Ladies and gentlemen, this calls for our concerted efforts to change this alarming narrative. Now is the time to be intentional about strengthening our monitoring and reporting systems for informed decision-making in determining the required investment in financing the water and sanitation sector of our dear continent. I'm reliably informed that with the establishment of the national coordination platforms for WASSMO, participation in this training is not limited to only the sector ministries, but also cuts across other sectoral data custodians. I'm glad to inform you that AMCO is currently working towards a collaborative mechanism with partners like UNICEF, WHO, and other UN agencies with data collection mandates to strengthen the national coordination platforms. We look forward to a future where WASSMO shall take its rightful place as the continental data clearinghouse for the water and sanitation sector. I would like to conclude my remarks by wishing you all a very engaging and fruitful 3 days deliberations to improve the quality of our sector reports to the AU heads of state and government. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas Banda. So now we'll give the floor to the Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Land and Water Affairs of Botswana. Sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. I was just going to say all protocol has been observed, but let me maybe start recognizing a few people here. The representative from the AMCAO Secretariat, Mr. Banda, colleagues from the Global Water Partnership of Southern Africa, and other colleagues from all other regional blocks and organizations that we as the water community partner with and work with, and also recognizing you all the participants from the various countries here present. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, good morning to you all.
Morning.
And I'll wish to welcome you to the capital city of Botswana, being Gaborone, on this cold morning. We are gathered here, colleagues, as one of the African blocs, being the SADC bloc, to participate in the high-level continental commitment relating to the water and sanitation sector. As you might be aware, the Pan-African water sector and the monitoring reporting system is an initiative developed in 2015 by the African Ministers on Council of Water, that is AMCAO, in collaboration with the African Union, and financial support from the African Water Facility through the African Development Bank. When you see me stammering trying to read all this name, it's just that we get used to acronyms in Africa to a point where you ultimately forget what this acronym really means. So we always say AMCAO, AMCAO. So I'm well informed that the system that we are about to learn is a web-based online reporting system. The system assists AMCAO in tracking progress towards attainment of AfriSan commitment and tracking progress on implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals 6 targets. These are the actions or initiatives that we gathered here and are committed to achieving. The system captures data on water and sanitation across the 55 members of the AU using harmonized progress indicators. Director of Ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, the reporting covers 7 areas or 7 themes, being water infrastructure for growth, managing and protecting water resources, water supply, sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater, climate change and disaster risk reduction, governance and institutions, financing, information management, and capacity development associated with the 7 themes. And there are 28 sub-themes and 43 indicators. This last item, ladies and gentlemen, that talks about information management and capacity building it's by far the most important, because us as technocrats, we typically get in the forefront of getting things done and forget about information gathering and making decisions that are based on data. So it's important, obviously, that this data is collected so that it can inform decision making. In fact, timely decision making, not just decision making. At this juncture, Director of Ceremonies, I'm pleased to inform you that in Botswana, we have a dedicated team, as you can see in this room. This is just a handful. We do have quite a number behind the scene that is driving this whole process. The teams are made up of the water and sanitation and health sector ministries. We're expecting colleagues from the Ministry of Health to have been here, and our colleagues from Statistics Botswana to also be here. But I hear they have not yet made their way, but we keep hoping that they will find their way here. So they form a critical core with regards to these initiatives around the WASH. I must applaud these dedicated individuals who ensure that global assessment of the water and sanitation issues, being the GLAS, as well as tracking of NGO commitments are being done without fail. This therefore makes this training session very important to all the participants, not only for the team that I mentioned about, but all the participants from the region. The main purpose of this training workshop, therefore, is to strengthen the capacities of the member states on the monitoring and reporting framework of the WASSMO and the AfricaSan NGO commitments, as well as to help participants understand how input data on the Africa water and sanitation sector and the reporting system online. This training workshop will also serve as an opportunity to share sector knowledges and deepen collaboration for effective data collection and reporting, thereby assist the countries to report quality data and information. Director of Ceremonies, during this training workshop, I implore and urge all of us to ensure total dedication to the training in order to complete the reporting cycle for 2022. I know that normally when you are in this sort of setups, particularly the traveling delegates, you get tempted to start seeing the town. Normally when you start seeing the town, that's where now some start skipping certain sessions. So I really do implore on you colleagues to really put your heart and soul into this workshop to make sure that after this, we do achieve what we have been asked to do. Also, I do recommend that you also create connections that as and when you do your work, you can pick up the phone or email and check your colleague in Zambia, how you are doing certain aspects, so that there is also cross-pollination in terms of other ideas and how we do things. So Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, with those few words, let me declare this workshop officially open and wish you a wonderful and a pleasant stay in Botswana and good deliberations thereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this welcome remark. So I'll just, I forgot to introduce, we have participants online. Maybe we can hear them, Genevieve. The participant online, then after we go do the group photo. Online, we have the representative of South Africa. Banista, can you say something, please?
Yes, apologies. I was talking with my microphone closed. I am sorry. Let me just put my video on so you can see the face. And good morning to everybody in Botswana. You said it was cold there today. It's nice and warm here in Johannesburg at the moment. But look, no, thank you very much. My name is Mark Bannister. I'm Chief Engineer at the Department of Water and Sanitation And I'm also the coordinator for the SDG 6 program, which is being run here. So yeah, we'd have loved to have been there in person. Obviously, at the moment, particularly with the floods in KZN, there's a lot of attention going there, and there just wasn't the time or resources to get all the approvals done beforehand. But I know that myself and Benoa, she can introduce herself as well, and hopefully Dennis will be joining us along the way. So between the three of us, we're represented, and we thank you for that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Banista. Mabuvu, can you introduce yourself, please? You're on mute.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bonelo Mapovu. I am a scientist manager at the Department of Water and Sanitation in South Africa. I work with Mark Bannister. I also have with me Dennis. He's going to introduce himself.
Hello, I'm Dennis Bierman. I'm a professional civil engineer, and I'm sort of specialized in data analytics. So I'm here to assist Bonello and Mark Bannister. Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you very much. We also have Kelly. I've seen somebody. She just left. Okay, so our colleague from the UN, they will join us soon because they have also some presentation to do on the SDG 6 indicator. And we have colleague from the Secretariat who is connected. Obina?
Hello, Patrice. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, so Obina is our knowledge management and communication expert. So we did not introduce ourselves. So I'm Patrice Lemeni. I'm managing the WASSMO at the Secretariat, at AMCAO Secretariat. So I'm here with my colleague, Emmanuel. Introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Emmanuel Uguru. I am supporting the WASSMO and also facilitating youth and gender affairs at the Secretariat. Thank you.
And our dear IT.
Hello, my name is Genevieve, and I'm the IT and database officer at AMCAO. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Genevieve. So please, could we just go out for a group photo to allow the Deputy Permanent Secretary to leave, and then after we continue. Okay, so can we just go out, please, for a photo group, and then we come back to continue the meeting, please.
And please, let's give the facilitator a round of applause for a very good introduction. Thank you.
At the back, at the back.
From the mic, not from your.
No. Okay, please, for those who are online, kindly please put on your video for a screenshot. I want to add you on the group photo, please. Those who are online. Okay, welcome, Rick. So please, for those who are online, can you just put on your camera so our IT will take a picture? Genevieve, is it okay? It's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll continue with our agenda. So thank you for those who join us. Rick Johnson from the WHO, the World Health Organization. We have Mocho who also join us online, and more will continue to join after. Should I click here, Emma? Oh. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move to the next point of the agenda. So this hybrid, we are learning every day. So. Emmanuel, please check. It's just blocked. I don't know why. Zoom. Zoom. I want to share this PowerPoint. Can you click share? Yes. Yes, this one. Okay, so thank you. The meeting is hybrid, and then we are learning every day. I'm not very used to the hybrid session. So the next point of our agenda is to present the training objective, the expected and the expected result. So you have it all in your the concept note we are sharing with you. Emmanuel, please press the. Okay, so the first point here, at the end of the 3 days, we are expected that our knowledge will be increased on the WASSMO and AfricaSan Goal Commitment Monitoring Framework and their respective indicator. So as you know, the WASSMO has around 44 indicator around the 17 of the WASSMO. The AfricaSan Goal Commitment has around the same level of indicator for 10 commitments. So we'll go through all those indicators also through the online system. Next. So improve the capacity to collect verifiable high quality data set, organize in-country data validation meeting and report to the AMCAO Secretariat using the WASSMO IT system. So the last day of our training will be dedicated on the IT component, how to input the data through the system, because it's the end process of this, the data collection of the WASSMO, how to input it and how to consolidate all the information through the online platform. So my colleague Genevieve will go through the platform with you. For those who have some of the data, we'll just go through to do a trial on how to input your data into the system, how to assign the responsibility of the member of your national coordination platform. And the last point is, Emma, please. And the last point is our expectation so is to launch the campaign. So at the end of this training, we'll directly launch the data collection campaign and we'll give you 2 months and a half to input the data in your system. What we expected from you is the data up to 2020. Last year, we collected the information up to 2019, up to December 2019. So for this campaign, we're expecting for you to input the data of this on the system for the up to 2020 into the system. And on Friday, we'll go through the online system and show you how to input those information. The online system has been improved. It's not like what you know about the system. We'll go through. My colleague Genevieve will show you the system. So these are the 3 key expected results from this training. We have a session that our colleague from GWP will also give you an overview of the AIP scorecard. For this campaign, we expected also from you, our focal point, to collect the information on the AIP scorecard. So our colleague from GWP will have the opportunity to present to you what is the AIP scorecard and what do we expect from you at the end of this process. So we'll move to our next point. So I just want to mention that we have also we're organizing this meeting jointly with, we also have our colleague from the UN. As you know, the WASSMO has the SDG 6, some of the SDG 6 indicator. So once we reach the point of the indicator dedicated to the SDG 6, the colleague of the UN who are connected, they will just make a short presentation of those indicators to explain to you more about the rationale of those indicators and how to collect the information. So we'll continue to the next point of our agenda, which is the key result from the 2021 Africa Water and Sanitation Report. Can we show this video first and then I will present share the screen. Oh, yeah. It's on YouTube. So as you know, last year we collected the data to prepare the 2021 Africa Water and Sanitation Sector Report, which we submitted to the African Union Commission. So we're supposed to present this data this year to the Head of State Summit that we expected to organize in the sideline of the World Water Forum in Dakar. The Head of State meeting has been shifted to another day, but we submitted the report to the African Union Commission. So we are just going to present you an overview through this short video, and then I will go through a PowerPoint presentation. So for you to have an idea of the type of information we collected last year and the key recommendation that came out from the data that you submitted to us. Emma, please.
In response to the mandate entrusted to AMCOR in 2008 by the heads of state and government of the African Union Assembly in Sharm el-Sheikh to report on the progress made in implementing its commitment on water and sanitation, AMCOR in 2016 developed a Pan-African web-based system for water and sanitation sector with the acronym WASSMO. The WASSMO system supports AMCOR in tracking progress of member states towards achieving the Sharm el-Sheikh commitment, the African Water Vision 2025, as well as the rate of progress towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goal 6 by 2030. AMCOR has previously conducted data campaigns that have supported the preparation of reports on the status of water sector in Africa. A new data campaign was launched in 2021, and a total of 38 member states provided their water and sanitation data, from which has been used to prepare this 2021 WASSMO report. General observation about the 2021 data campaign. The overall performance in the 2021 data campaign is no much different from the previous 2018 data campaign. The rate of change over time is generally low or almost zero and unable to propel the member states to meeting the SDG targets in 2030. Main conclusion. Africa have made averagely strong progress with respect to establishing the enabling environment to support sustainable water resources management and development. Number 2, member states have made little progress with respect to developing systems for collection and reporting on impacts of climate change and water-related natural disaster. Number 3, moderately weak progress has been made in establishing national system for reporting on WASSMO indicators. Number 4, member states have made moderate progress on hydropower development and irrigable land potential, and most are still not on track to meeting the African Water Vision target of developing at least 25% of their hydropower potential and 30% of the irrigable potential by 2025. Number 5, member states are not on track to achieving financing targets for the WASH sector by 2025 and not on track to achieve sustainable financing. Number 6, total funding to the water sector is less than half of the requirement for comprehensive water resources management and development. Number 7, there are inequalities between WASH subsectors, with about 2/3 of all funding to the water supply, sanitation and hygiene sector going to drink water supply, about 20% going to sanitation and about 12% going to hygiene. Number 8, member states are not on track to attain universal access to safe water supply, safely manage sanitation and basic hygiene, and to eliminate open defecation by 2030. For the majority of member states, 50% or less of the population has access to safely managed drinking water supply services. Less than 25% of the population has access to safely managed sanitation services, and about 1/3 of the population has access to basic hygiene services. Number 9, for most member states, the level of water stress remains low, as annual water withdrawals are a small proportion of the total annual renewable water resources. Recommendation. Number 1, AMCOR needs to increase its efforts at advocacy for increasing domestic budgetary allocations to the water sector to meet the targets of the Sharm el-Sheikh commitments. Number 2, advocacy efforts on investment financing at government and donor levels should be increased if we are to address the big infrastructure gap in water-related sector in Africa. Number 3, member states need our support to improve existing system for monitoring and reporting on climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, on building climate resilience in the water sector, including related disasters. Number 4, AMCOR, in collaboration with the United Nations Caretakers Agency for SDG indicators, should synergize to build capacity of member states towards strengthening data and information management systems at country level. Number 5, AMCOR, in collaboration with partners like the African Development Bank, African Water Facility, as well as the other donors, should prioritize capacity development of member states for quality and evidence-based reporting. Next steps. AMCOR will focus more on 2 areas. Number 1, on improving the WASSMO system, its process, and mobilizing investment financing for water sector infrastructure development in Africa.
Okay, so this is just an overview of the key result from the WASSMO, from the campaign of last year. So I'm going to present now. So as you can see, we still have a long way to reach the SDG6 target and the Africa Water Vision target. So I'm going to present now the
Now, I would like to call the
okay, so I'm going to present the yes. Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. So I'm going to present the key result from the last campaign. This will give you an overview, another overview of the result of the 2021 data we collected, and then how we want to improve the information, the different information from our member state. Next, Emma, please. Okay, so this is just to give you a background. So far we have published 6 reports, I can say 6 reports, 2021, 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2021 report. This year will be the 2022 annual report we will develop. The 2017 report was development not published because of some issue of the quality of the data. This year we have the issue of making the benchmark, the comparison, because of the type of indicator we have. The previous campaign in 2016, we have around 15 indicators, and now we move to 44 indicators. So hopefully this year we can make a comparison between the information of this year and what we collected last year, as is the same set of indicators we are collecting. So for the WASSMO has 17. We have and 44 indicators. So these are the different teams we have here: financing, water supply, sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater, water infrastructure for growth, managing and protecting water resources, climate change and disaster risk reduction, governance and institution, information management, and capacity. So the other side, you can see the number of indicators for each of those teams. And during these 3 days of training, we'll go through the different indicators to show you, to give you a better understanding of those indicators. We'll not go through the overall 44. We'll just choose a few of them, and then we'll share the training material with you, where we have the detailed information on how to collect and report those information. Next, please. So our process of reporting, and it's the same process we use this year. So we'll start with the last year, we reviewed the indicator and we approved it by our member states. So after the review in 2021, we strengthened the capacity of over 400 focal points. The capacity building was online. After the capacity building, we launched data collection campaign. Yes, continue, please. Just put everything. Okay. We launched a data collection campaign, and from the campaign, 38 countries reported the information. So the main reason was the COVID-19. They could not meet to validate the information. But despite the situation of the COVID-19, 38 countries were able to submit the information to AMCA. It was even 39 countries, but the other country, the data was too bad, so we could not consider it for the campaign, for the reporting. So once you submit the information, we went through a quality review at the secretarial level, and then we prepare the report. So between the quality review and the preparation of the report, we organize the regional, we support our member states to validate their information, and we organize a regional consultation with our member states to collect the key highlight and the key recommendation from each region. So we'll organize a similar meeting in a few months. It will be online after the collection of your data, and we'll present to you the key deliverable per each region, and then request for the recommendation that we'll put in the report. So this is the overview. We have 69% of our members reported the information, that is 38. So you can see here, this is an overview of the countries who have reported, and here you have the percentage. Here you have the percentage of the data they have submitted. So you can easily identify your countries and the percentage you add now. So hopefully our plan is to see how we can increase this number to move to 38. Why not 50 countries who have been able to report on our system. Next, Emma. So from the data we receive from our member states, so we did this analysis to see the performance of the countries. And you can see that from this data, the best, these are the best performing countries. So in the report, we have more detail about why we have each country in this at this level. So these are the 10 best performing countries from the data we receive. You can see that we have Egypt. You can see the mean, the line which is between the mean here. So we compare it and we notice that these are the best performing countries from the data we receive from them. And we also did the analysis per region from the 5 regions, which region is the best in terms of the information that they submit. And we noticed that is North Africa from the data we receive from the North Africa region. So we noticed that is the best performing region, followed by the Southern Africa. So here where we are, and then the West Africa. So we have other regions who have some challenge that we really work with them to improve that. So hopefully the Southern Africa can move to the top maybe this campaign. So we'll see at the end, we'll still present this type of information to see analyze the performance of each region. So from the 7th team, we also did an analysis to know which one we noticed a very good progress. So we noticed that we have a good progress on team 2, the water supply, sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater. Team 6, governance and institution. This is where we notice a really improvement from the data we receive from our member states. And where we notice some challenges is team 3, water infrastructure for growth. Many countries could not report around 10% of the indicator for this information. Team 4 also, managing and protecting water resources. Here we have the data on the transboundary. So it was a bit challenging for our member states to report those type of information. We also did the performance per team for this from the 7th team of the WASSMO. You can see that it's team 2 and team 6. Why is team 6? You can see team 6 here and team 2, who are the best, where we notice a really good performance in terms of the data we receive from our members. And team 3 and 4. Team 3, you can see here, we have a lot of outlier. The dot you are seeing there is an outlier. So a lot of wrong information was submitted to team 3. And you can see that from the other team, there is no outlier. So here is where we have the issue, the main issue with our member states. So so it's in terms of the capacity or their understanding of the indicator for this team 3. And the team 4 also, you can see the mean here. It's very low here. So Emma, next. So you can from that you can identify where we really need to strengthen the capacity of our member state under the team 3 and the team 4. So from the key findings, the report, you have more information, but you just selected the key findings from the report. Notice that about 800 million of Africa population has no access to safely managed sanitation and basic hygiene services. This is the result from the last campaign. And in terms of open defecation, 17% of population still practicing open defecation. The report of last year highlighted that we have only 7 countries who, if they continue to implement the policy, they will be free on the open defecation. Only 7 countries, and the name of those countries is in the report. 7 out of 55 countries. Over 400 million people have no access to safely managed drinking water. These are the key results from the WASSMO report. But the report that has been shared with you, and we can still share with you, we have more information on that, the key finding. So I will not, so here, these are the key results from each team. Be a bit fast here. So you can see here we have the indicator, we have the target, the median, and the comment. We use the median for this campaign because of the type of information we receive from our member states. we'll have used the mean, but because of the type of information, we decided to use the median value. So you can see from this an aggregate information from the 38 countries who submitted their data. So you can see from this, where we have a little improvement is this one. By 2030, implement water supply and wastewater. So here we have around 55%. We still have very low by 2020, allocate at least 0.5% of the GDP to sanitation and hygiene. So from our report, it's only one country who have been able to do this last year. From the data we received, I think it's Senegal, that have been able to allocate the 0.5% of the GDP to sanitation, only one out of 55. So the second one is by 2020, allocate at least 5% of national budget for water supply. So here we notice that we have only 4 countries who have been able to do this, this information. The other is in the report. Emma, please, next. So still in team 1, the conclusion is the member states are not on track on meeting the funding target for the water and sanitation sector by 2025, achieving the sustainable funding of the sector. So we are still behind the target. And the target is even by 2020. So we are now in 2025 and 2022, and we have not been able to reach our target that we agree on. So all this commitment is our head of state that committed to do this, and then our role is to just to monitor to see how our countries are performing in terms of the commitment that the head of state agree on. So next, Emma. So few countries attain the mark of 100% in terms of the population served by water utility that apply the pro-poor strategy and the requirement for water resources management and development. So in terms of the total funding to the water sector is less than half of the requirement for comprehensive water resources management and development. So this is the key result from the team 1. Now under team 2, which is under the water supply, sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater, you can see where we have some improvement here. They achieve access to adequate and equitable sanitation for all. They pay special attention to the needs of women and girls. So here we have 16%, it's a bit the medium low. Here, I want to take one. Okay, so here by 2030, achieve access to adequate and equitable sanitation for all, paying special attention to the need of women and girls. So here we have 83%, which is again very, very, very low. Emmanuel, next, please. So in terms of the key result from the from here, so this is a pie chart from the information we received from the 38 countries. So to know the how our member states are providing the fund in the water and sanitation sector, you can see that most of the funding in our countries will go to 67% of the funding will go to drinking water supply, 21% to sanitation, and 12% in hygiene. So this is the overall trend from the 38 countries that submitted the information. So about 50% of the population has access to safely managed drinking water supply services. Less than 25% of the population has access to safely managed sanitation, and about 66% has access to basic hygiene services. So Emma, next. So this implies in terms of this target, so we could not achieve this target if we continue to implement the same policy: universal access to safe water supply, safely managed sanitation and hygiene, and to eliminate the open defecation by 2030. So from our report, as I said, it's only 7 countries who have been able to reach this the percentage here. So from the sanitation perspective, the percentage of population with access to safely managed sanitation, just this an overview from this map. You can see the percentage, those countries where we have around over 40% of the countries, or over 60% here. So you can see we have the different countries here, the percentage of population with access to safely managed drinking water supply. So you have the color, and you have here the legend to explain the performance of our member state. So in terms of the open defecation, as I was explaining, you can see that the country with less than 10%, they are in red here. Those who are over 40%, sorry, over 40%, they are in red, and less than 10%, you can see those different countries with the color. So we still have a lot of work here to really achieve this, the target for the open, to reduce the open defecation in our member state. And also this is, the other map is for the hand washing facility with soap and promise. So for the team 3, in terms of the water infrastructure for growth, here we notice some improvement in terms of this Africa Water Vision Indicator. By 2025, develop 25% of hydropower potential. Here we have around 14%. This is a improvement from this team. The other one, we still need a lot of work to achieve our target. Emma, next. So few member states have made moderate progress with respect to developing their hydropower, and most of our member states are not on track on developing at least this and the 30% of the irrigable potential by 2025. Team 4, we are almost done. Here is in terms of managing and protecting water resources. So this is where also we notice a lot of issues from our member state. Okay, Emma, wait, go to the, I want to explain something. Okay, this indicator here, proportion of surface and groundwater body with good ambient water quality. So our colleague from UN, I think Stuart, will connect and then explain to us. This, we have disaggregated this information to not mix the surface and groundwater in the same indicator. So during this training, we'll show you the difference. Instead of having this all the information in one indicator, we'll disaggregate it into two indicators. Emma, next. So from team 2, from team 4, we have about 80% of groundwater was a good ambient. This is, but only 85% of river, 75% of lake have good water, ambient water quality from the data we. So what we also notice is term of the level of water stress that remain very low. Emma, next. Team 5, climate change and disaster risk management. Also, here we notice some improvement in terms of by 2030, implement 90% of planned water-related aspect, climate change, adaptation and mitigation measures. So the other one, we still need a lot of effort to achieve this SDG target. Next, Emma. So countries have made little progress with respect to developing system for collection and reporting on impact of climate change and water-related natural disaster. Team 6, which here, this is where we notice also very good performance. You can see here, most of the indicators, they are in green. You notice very good progress from the 38 countries that submitted the information. Next, Emma. So you can see from the map that the degree of implementation of the enabling environment at all levels. You can see most of our member states, we are here. We are over 60%. In terms of the degree of implementation of the governance mechanism, we is also most of our members say we are over 50%, and the other one is degree of mainstreaming gender in sectoral policy and strategy. So we are also very good here. Emma, next. Okay, the countries have made moderate and moderately strong progress with respect to establishing, as I was saying, the enabling environment to support the sustainable water resource management and development. Next. Okay, this is the last team where we also notice some improvement in terms of the indicator degree of establishment of the national monitoring and reporting system for the WASSMO. Next, Emma. Okay, the water information system exists in most of our member states, and here, the level of data submission is still very low from our member state. Okay, now the key issue from last year, and we hope that will increase. You can see here from this percentage, this is the proportion of the countries who have reported the indicator. You can see that most of our countries, we are here. We are around 0 to 25% of our member states here who have reported the information, and you can identify your countries here. We also have, none of our members have been able to report over 75% of the WASSMO indicator. Next, Emma. The key issue is the restriction of travel due to COVID-19, the high turnover rate at the national level, and the internal political issue of some of our member states. The recommendation as shown in the video to strengthen the member state capacity and data quality, institutionalize, and the convening of the national validation workshop, facilitate the peer-to-peer support between the member states. We have tried this last year and it worked, and we will see with the funds are available if we can still continue with this peer-to-peer support and inject new approach for finance of our activity within the member state and within AMCAO secretary. So for this one, this is where we are strengthening the capacity of our member state. The face-to-face, we highly recommended for this campaign, the face-to-face training, because we noticed some of the issue last year with the online training. Yes, Omar? Okay, thank you very much. So this is just an overview of the last year, and hopefully we'll improve in terms of the quality of the data that we have submitted to AMCAO. Thank you very much. From the program is the health break. Maybe there's few questions. If there are few questions, then we move to the health break, please. Question? So it's okay, right? Okay, please.
Thank you, facilitator. Maybe thank you for the presentation and overview of the 38 countries that reported. I just wonder, what can, looking at the financing aspect, what can assist the member states in ensuring that the funding that comes into issues of sanitation and hygiene, since I've seen that the financing of such is very low compared to the water supply, how can it be enhanced in these member states so that they can we can be in a position to be on track when looking at achieving the sustainable goals by 2030, as you have already indicated? I think he throughout the entire session, or even at the beginning, it was mentioned that we are not on track in meeting those SDGs by such time, even 2025. So I wonder if it is possible to note how can we be in a position to achieve or to ensure that we do have such a funding mechanism to assist member states on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other question, please?
On page 10 and 11, if I remember well, you're comparing the sub-regions, and the north was the top, southern was the second. But when going to the countries that were assessed, I didn't see a lot of Southern African countries there. And I was like trying to correlate the two. Maybe you could speak to that more so that we could understand the report. Thank you.
Other question, please? Okay, so thank you. So on the issue of financing, so from AMCAL, we are working with our partner to see how to increase the financial support within our member states to collect and to report this information. So this is what we can do at the at AMCAL level. Last year, we sent around $2,000 to our member state. Just not all, please, not all. We sent around $2,000 to not all our member states. It was based on request. Some say they don't need the funding because they are organizing the thing online. So some did not do any request, but they submitted the information. So it was based on requests. So those requests we sent around $2,000. We also mobilized a team to go to the member state to work with them. Those were facing issues. You can see in the data, you have some islands like Sao Tome, Seychelles, and other countries that were not being able to submit the WASSMO system for the past 6 or 7 years. So we support those countries to improve their capacity and to report the information online. So from AMCAL, for this campaign, we are working with our partner, GWP is here. We have also, we are working with UN Water and other integrated monitoring initiative, the organization who are part of the IME, to see how they can sponsor our, support our member state to collect and report the information through the WASSMO system. So our target this year, we are planning to increase the amount from 2,000 to a certain amount that I can't mention here, because we are still in negotiation with our partner. Nothing has been signed so far. So you should not expect something until we send an email to you saying that this is what we receive and this is how we should support it. So we also expect from our member state also a commitment to report from that, because this is a commitment from our head of state, and our responsibility as AMCAL is just to support our member state to monitor and to report the information. So we are working with GWP and others to really support our member states. So GWP has already identified and sent us the list of countries they can support. We are still working on the amount of the technical support, which is also very important. So once everything is clear from our side, we'll let you know by sending an email about that, the support. And for the comparison of the region, I think the question was not very clear for what I captured. So from the data, we did a comparison based on the information we received from our member states. So you can see if North Africa is very strong, it's because one country in North Africa have submitted around over 70% of the data. So they draw the other country up in terms of when we're consolidating the information per each region. So you can see even for North Africa, can identify maybe and North Africa has 6 countries. So if 2 countries out of 6 have submitted very good information, they would draw the region very up compared to the other region, where they will just submit maybe the medium information and they will just stay at the same level. This is a type of analysis we did based on the information with the quality of the information we receive from our member state. Not just the information that have been submitted, but the information that have been submitted and review. I didn't present the histogram we did. We did also another analysis to see from each region, this is the number of data we receive, and this is the percentage after the analysis. This is what we got. So we receive for some region, they send us around 98% of the data, but after the review and after the quality review, we just noticed that we have around 40% of the data that are only good from that region. So the report that I will share with you, or for those who receive the report, you will see we have elaborated the approach and how our member states should improve in those areas. Thank you.
This is Bobby Whitfield again, and just back to the financing aspect. I think if I got the question clearly, it speaks to the commitments that have been signed up to by member states, talking about 0.5% of GDP as well as 5% of the annual national budget to be committed to WASH. What recommendation or actions can be taken at the level of the AU to ensure that member states live up to this commitment? Because having a commitment is just one thing, and you know, we keep talking about financing. Every time we talk about financing of WASH, we look at some external donor. If a nation budget is $10, they should commit that amount because we have signed off to that, you know, in our commitment. So what action can the AU, you know, be taking at that level? I think this is where the secretariat or the, you know, national focal point or the council can actually come up with some recommendation for AU to ensure that member states follow through on their commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Bobby, for this question. I think from our perspective, our member state, in some area, our member state, they are independent. So we can't come and just come into the, and impose to implement some of the commitment that the head of state has been agreed. So our member states are independent to implement their policy, and we are just here as to advise them. This is how you should implement it. And I'm sure that from your national policy, you have all the perspective, all the activity that you need to implement to achieve this one. But each country has their reality. And what we are pushing is just to help our members to understand that we have committed from this, and this is where we are in terms of your commitment. So we can't go beyond. There are some a certain level that we can't go beyond as AMCAO Secretariat. We are just advising, but at the end of the day, each of our members has to implement their policy based on their reality. So from the data you can see, we only notice that it's one country that has been able to implement that. This one is because of some of the political commitment within the government of that country to reach this target for this year. So other countries have committed to reach this target for X year. And for us, we are just supporting and advising our member states into that. This is just what I can say about the question.
Yes. I can also add, just like Patrice has said, countries are a sovereign state, and their decisions and policies are within their power and their jurisdiction. So, but what AMCAO is doing based on our mandate is to report and show the situation, the real situation of things at country level. We have a limit to what we can do. We can present the data the way it is. We have presented recommendations and taken it forward to the AU heads of African Union. And we are also facilitating for these issues to form part of the agenda of the AU summit. But while we are doing that, we, each and every one of us here in this room, are critical actors if we are to make these issues of financing and other sector-related challenges improved over time. And why are we saying this? It is what we do with the result of these reports that matters. Because we know that we are a sovereign state, we know that AMCAO cannot come and impose anything, we can only advise. But what you, individual focal points, do with these results, the advocacies that you do with your ministers, the recommendations, how you take it forward, translate them into strategies and policies. Like in the past year, AMCAO launched the Africa Sanitation Policy and Guidelines. This is one step towards the right direction, towards changing the sanitation and hygiene narrative. Another thing that we can do is to update some of our strategies at country level. And for us to be able to do that, it is us here, the focal point, that will pick this up, work with our ministers, push the case forward, and then make sure those recommendations that AMCAL has presented are taken forward. We also know that ministers are, they can also propose or recommend to the executive arm of government at country level. But without concrete strategies, without these policies, a clear roadmap or a clear implementation plan, the government, the executive arm and the legislative arm of government wouldn't see any reason why they should increase financing at country level. So I think the change that we are seeking starts from us here in this room. And I want to, on behalf of AMCAL, implore us to, we'll be sharing the reports, the hard copy and the soft copy, to take these recommendations and come up with our own individual country action plans towards, recommending and advocating to our ministers and to our governments. And with this little way, with these evidences, and while we are pushing at national level and AMCAL is pushing at the regional AU level, then we can begin to see changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Yes, so thank you, Emmanuel, for this additional information. So this is what we can do as AMCAL, advising our member states on how, on the status of the implementation of the different commitments our head of state agree on. So if, question, please? Yes, I see.
The first is not a question, but apologize, Mozambique didn't yet submit information, but after this meeting, we will work to submit the information. The question is that if we need to use the information for decision with the evidence, we need the high political commitment, not in terms of the ministers, but in terms of the president. And how can AMCAL can work with the president? Because if the president say that Minister of Finance Minister allocate 1 billion for water, you will allocate. If the president say that no funds, we will have no investment in water supply or water resource. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Arsino, for this comment. It was not a question, right? It was just a comment. And the commitment of his country to submit the information this year. So I will give the floor to the representative of ES, Thomas Banda. You want to say something about the finance?
Yeah, thank you, Patrice. I think Emmanuel has actually elaborated the main role that us as AMCO can play in this whole scheme of advocating for financing in the water and sanitation sector. My colleague is from Mozambique or Angola, Mozambique. Yes, thank you very much, I think, for your commitment to report on the data. Yeah, our only link to the heads of state, as Emmanuel has already said, as Patrice has already said, once we have compiled this data, it is validated at the country level. The next thing is for us to report to the heads of states and government at the African Union level. So I think it is now up to our political leadership at that level to actually now consider the recommendations or the results of the report. As Patrice has already said, for the 2021 WASSMO report, we have not yet presented it to the AU heads of state and summit. We were planning that we are hoping that we're going to have an extraordinary summit on specifically on water on the sidelines of the World Water Forum, the ninth World Water Forum in Dakar, Senegal. But as for one reason or another, there are some other reason that we could not be able to hold that extraordinary summit. But nonetheless, we hope that during the ordinary session, that the forthcoming ordinary session, I think around February, if I'm not mistaken, we will present this report, the 2021 WASSMO report, to the heads of state. Meanwhile, it is just with the African Union Commission. And at that level, of course, we cannot yet start advocating. It is just maybe with the commission, but we need to actually take this report to the heads of state as per our mandate. So probably some of these questions are in terms of gaining political commitments and leadership. We might do so as we present this, report to the heads of state when they meet at their ordinary session. So I think it's from there where we can start advocating, and and we know that we are the government, we are the main actors, and at national level we also have some other non-state actors that if we share this report widely, there will be a lot of maybe advocacy that is going to be happening at the national level and so on. So basically, I think our role is just to present the situation as it is, and then the different actors will also come in terms of advocating. But yes, we need that political leadership at that highest level, and that's why we present this at the heads of state summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think from the agenda is the health break. So I sent my colleague Emmanuel to check if it's available, so we can have 15-minute health break, and then they'll come back to continue. So the break is the other side here. It's outside. Oh no, sorry. I think it's here. This is what they completely. But yeah, so the break is please. So 15-minute health break and then continue. This is where they have set the table for the health break. Thank you. Oh, you are all fasting?
manager. She's saying she's kind of having a crash with another group on the lunchtime. So she was asking us, can we have it like from 13:15 instead of
12:30.
Yeah.
12:15.
Not 12:30, but 13:15, 30 minutes later.
Okay.
So,
So
that
we start 1 p.m. to.
Yeah, so we start at 13:15, 13:15, quarter past.
Yes,
to-
1:15.
Yes.
Yeah.
to,
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
So,
fine.
Okay, that's one.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, colleagues. So we'll continue our session. For those who are still chopping, so please you can just come and sit. I hope you know the meaning of chop. So for those who are still chopping, where is Chamiso? Ah. Hey, Emmanuel, my battery. Okay, for those who are online, so we just finished our head break. So we have shared the coffee break through an email. You'll receive yours soon. So so we'll continue with our agenda. So there is a point we jump in our agenda, the expectation from the participant at the end of the training. So we just go through, for this one, we will go through, we use this application, the Mentimeter, to okay, I will share my screen. Okay, so for this one, we use our application to just know your expectation. So it's anonymously. So you use your phone. All of you are connected online. So you just go to use this code, type www.menti.com, and then you type the code, please. So no, menti.com. And they will ask you, please enter the code. So you enter this code 4509 4509 0. Oh, what is going on? Sorry. Genevieve, where is it? I hope it's not the battery. Yes, just right there, your expectation at the end of the training, please. So it will appear on the screen once this device is on. So www.menti.com. Okay, please just type menti.com in your browser and you use the code 45090573. So even those who are online, you can also do the same thing. Those who are online, just to know the expectation. So for what is coming out is to increase knowledge on the WASSMO. At the end of the training workshop, Liberia will be able to master the WASSMO data collection and input on the WASSMO platform, understand how WASSMO data related to SDG indicator and global database, more insight into management of water and sanitation, understanding of the support to be provided for the countries to ensure data collection and validation, to understand the WASSMO online tool, and to understand the SDGs indicator reporting. So we only have 6 connected out of 13, which we are here. So it means that we are not all connected in this. So we are only 6 connected, now 7. You have done, it's okay. You are senior. You have done it, right? You already sent you have sent your question, your information, right? Did you send your information here? Not yet. Use this code 45 09 05 70. Now write short answer here and then you submit. Right now, your expectation here and you submit.
My expectation.
Yes. Okay, to be able to use the WASSMO online system, how other countries in the region are performing on how AMCAO can assist underperforming countries, to understand the online system that track progress on sanitation and water provision for all, and to help participants understand AfricaSan commitment and WASSMO indicator. To better understand how to collect good quality data and furthermore, how to input into our computer system. Okay, now it's good. We have 12 online. Can we move to the next step, please? You have all submitted your expectation. Acquire WASSMO knowledge to better contribute to the achievement of WASSMO goal. So for those online, you can also okay, those online, please, you can also participate to this. To be able to use WASSMO system to track progress toward achievement of AfricaSan goal commitment. To understand how the platform works and how to enter the data. So I think can we move to the next point? Okay, so thank you. So this is your expectation. So it will be part of the report we'll prepare for this meeting. I think it's aligned to our expectation. Also, we draw from the concept note. So we move to the next point of our agenda. So can I close the vote? Okay, so people are still sending their feedback. Okay, learn from the experience of other countries in the matter to be discussed here. Sanitation status. Okay. Okay, I'm going to present before moving to the first team. So I will just go through just go through the team one. Okay, so before moving to the first team, so I would just want to give an overview of the WASSMO, and then we move directly to the team one. For those who are new in the process. It's okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we'll start with Genevieve. Is it okay like this? Or? Okay, so what is the we can end this slideshow so we share it in the screen. Okay, that's fine. So for those who are new in the Emmanuel, can you go through the okay, for those who are new on the WASSMO is the African Water Supply and Sanitation Monitoring and Reporting System, and is managed by AMCAL. Next, so yeah, please. So the system was developed in 2021 by AMCAL with the support of member states. So initially we have 15 indicators, then we moved to 44 indicators in 2016, and we review it again in 2020, all the indicator. Next, Emma. So next, so the WASSMO was established in order to comply to a directive from the African Union Summit of Head of State and Government for AMCAL to report annually on progress made in the implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh Commitment on Water and Sanitation. So this is the rationale of the WASSMO, to monitor the implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh Commitment on Water and Sanitation. And into the WASSMO, we included another political declaration. We included the AfricaSan Goal Declaration, the Africa Water Vision, the SDG 6 indicator, and many of these declarations on water and sanitation in Africa that we are doing the monitoring. So for the WASSMO has the four main elements of the WASSMO is the framework is the team. So we first have the team, we have 7 teams. We have the target for the indicator. We have defined the indicator and the parameters. So for us, the exercise that we'll go through during the 3 days is to better understand the parameters, because in the WASSMO system, we are requesting our member states to input the value of each parameter, and then the system will generate the value of the indicator. We have the fact sheet. Man, it's a bit fast. We have the fact sheet, the water fact sheet. So at the end of the campaign, so once you input the data in your the system, we'll generate also the water fact sheet. So it's a fact sheet for each country that gives an overview of the water and sanitation of the countries. So you'll see in the WASSMO, we'll ask about the total population, the information about the GDP and other key information that we constitute in the water fact sheet. And we have the web-based system that will be presented to you on Friday by my colleague Genevieve, how to input the information to the system, which is the end process of everything we are doing at the country level now, to input the data online. And then from the data we receive online, we consolidate and prepare the annual report. Next. So for the past year, we had facing many challenges, among what we have the national data collection. Here, more or less, is the issue in terms of the national coordination platform within our members. We notice that there is no a strong linkage between the different ministries reporting the WASSMO. Next. So the delay in the submission of our data. So for some of our member states, just the submission of the data was a bit late. So we always postpone the data collection campaign. And we also noticed the issue with the data quality. So from the data we receive, after the quality review, there were a lot of issue in the data. The weak cross-sectoral coordination, this one is aligned to the national coordination platform. So we are pushing our members to really increase, to strengthen this area of the sectoral coordination, and then the high turnover of focal point. So for some of us, we are participating in this meeting. Maybe once we launch a campaign and during the data collection, you can change your function. So we have a new person on board and it will continue to learn, and then it can create a delay within the country. So for the 2022 WASSMO report, so here the WASSMO, we have 3 components, and I think I already presented this. This is how our system is presented online. So we are requesting from our members to just report the value of the parameters, and then the system will generate the value of the indicator. So this is what we have in the WASSMO, and this is what the WASSMO will generate. So this is what each country will report, and then the system will generate it. And this is how we should also report the information with the comma or dot. So my colleague will come back into that on Friday in her presentation. We have the online system, the WASSMO. We'll present it to you on Friday. So we have generated the annual report. So after, we have 3 sets of training. This is the first set for the Southern Africa from 4th to 6th of May. The next training, it will be for West and Central Africa next week in Cotonou from 10 to 12. And after, we have the North and East Africa in Cairo from 16 to 17 of May in Cairo. So this is our timeline, and hopefully we hope we'll work with you to achieve this, this timeline. So we started with the capacity building, then we'll continue with, after the capacity building, we'll launch the campaign. And then after the launch of the campaign, we'll support our member state based on the request to input the data into the system. And from that, we organize a national validation workshop. And we are also planning to organize a regional meeting with our member states to validate at the regional level the information that has been collected at the national level. And then from that regional meeting, we'll draft the 2022 WASSMO report, and then our expectation to submit it to AUC by October 2022. So thank you very much. So this is just an overview of the WASSMO system and the timeline for this 2022 data collection campaign. So we'll start with the first team. Team 1.
Hello, Patrice. This is Rick from WHO. Did you want me to make my inputs at this point?
Please, John, can you just allow me to present this, and then I think you is under the team 2. Oh, you have a question for this, for what I presented?
No, that's fine. I was just wondering about the timing. Please go ahead with team 1 then.
Yeah, I will let you know. So maybe in 15 minutes, I will let you know about the presentation of your indicator, please.
Perfect.
The next 15 minutes. Yes. Thank you. So Rick Johnson from WHO will present the indicator on the SDG 6.1, 6.2A, 6.2B, 6.31, 6A, and 6B1. So these are the indicators that WHO will present to us, because those indicators are part of the WASSMO system under the team 2, water, sanitation, and hygiene. Okay, so now we'll start with the first team of the WASSMO, the team 1. So Okay, so for the WASSMO system, you have 7 teams, and for each team, you have sub-team. So I wouldn't, you can see on the screen. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Emmanuel. So we have team 1, where we have 4 sub-team. Team 2, we have 4 sub-team as well. Team 3, we have 6 sub-team. Yeah, I'll be there. So just press next. Please go back on team 1. Okay, so we start now on team 1 on. Okay. Just come here. Yes. Where's the presentation? Okay, so we have the team 1 of the WASSMO, which is on the financing. So this is where next, Emma. So this is where we are tracking the level of financing in the water and sanitation sector in Africa. So it's also here that we include the information on the AIP scorecard that GW will present to you tomorrow. So the team 1 is on financing. So we track the commitment of financing of the water supply and sanitation in Africa. So all the indicators here are relating to tracking the different commitment. So here we have the target. The first target here for team 1 is by 2020, allocate at least 0.5% of the GDP to sanitation and hygiene. I think I presented the data of last year. So it's the same indicator we will collect this year. These are the indicators you will collect, and these are the input parameters. So I will just take one example here. So you see from the first indicator, the percentage of GDP allocated to sanitation. Here, we are not requesting our members to input the value of this percentage. No. What we are requesting on the online system is just to input the value of the sum of allocation to sanitation services in the national budget in reporting here. And then the national gross domestic product in reporting here as well. So you will collect this information, you input into the system, and the system will generate automatically the value of the percentage of GDP allocated to sanitation. So for each indicator here, the requirement from you guys is to report the value of the parameter. So but it will report it using the dollar, not the local currency. So you have your budget that is validated with the local currency, but you use the rate at that period, the dollar rate at that period to input it in the system for consolidation from us. So so for each of these indicators, you report the value of these parameters. For this, the percentage of GDP disbursed to sanitation and hygiene. So you see here we track the first one, we track the GDP that the percentage of GDP that was allocated to the sanitation. Then we track the percentage that was disbursed also. So here we will look for, these are the 3 information we request our members to produce. the sum of all disbursement to sanitation services, the reporting here. So for this campaign, we are requesting the information of the 2020 up to 31st of December 2020. So from the discussion we had with some of you, they have said that the information is already available for 2020 information. So even though it's a 2022 report, but it's from the 2020 data we are looking. And for most of you, the data has been already validated within the country. So some of the all disbursed to sanitation services in the reporting here, some of all disbursed to hygiene services in the reporting, and the national GDP in the reporting here. So for 2020, you will report all this information into the WASSMO, and then the system will generate automatically the value of the percentage. So it's quite easy. So if you work with the right person, so this work is not only for the WASSMO focal point, but you have to work as a team. As you can see, we have many ministries involved into the WASSMO process. So we have the Ministry of Finance. So for this information, you can't just stay at the ministry in charge of water and sanitation and expect this information. So you have to work with your colleague. That's why we are calling our member state to establish this coordination platform. It will be very easy to collect the information. So for instance, for the finance information, you have to work with the Ministry of Finance. You have to work with the ministry in charge of education. For some of them, they have the budget on the hygiene or sanitation. You have to work with the Ministry of Health. So they will inform you about the budget that they that have been allocated to the sanitation and hygiene, and the budget that has been disbursed also to get this information. So you can see here from this formula, if you miss one value, then the indicator will be not applicable. So we always recommend our member state to input the value of all the indicator, please. Because you can see here, for this indicator here, you have this ratio, BSD by the GDP times 100. So if you don't have this value, for instance, the GDP, you will not get the value of this indicator. The IA11A4, you will not get the value of this indicator. So this is how it's computed in our system. So always do your best to collect the information of the information available within your ministry or the other ministry. Stay here, please. So at the end of the process, you will see, you can also analyze directly the information. So from the data we receive, you have the progress here and the range. So because everything is in percentage, and at the end of the process, once you calculate, from the data from the WASSMO system, you can just know where you stand based on the range you are. So if you are between 0.5, 0.4, 0.5, this is where you are. So all this is defined in the WASSMO system, and we will share with you, for those who don't have it, the indicator reference sheet where we have the definition of all those indicators. Now the other indicator here is okay, by 2020, allocate at least 5% of national budget for water supply, sanitation and hygiene. So here, these are the indicators. This is the target, and this is the indicator here. And from this indicator, these are the parameters that our member state need to report. And here, these are the data sources. So these are the ministry you should invite to provide you the information. So you always see that for the first commitment, you should always have somebody from the Ministry of Finance working with you to give you this information, the different information you are looking, to have a very good data in the system. So from this one, this percentage of national budget allocated to hygiene, for instance, this one. So these are the information we are looking, the sum of all allocation to hygiene services in the national budget in the reporting here, and the total national budget in reporting here. So here you should work with the finance ministry, the ministry in charge of water, the ministry in charge of education, last year with the support we provided to some of our member states, it was very difficult to get the information on hygiene, because for them, they say they don't have a budget, or the budget of hygiene is not within the Ministry of Water, it's within the Ministry of Education for some of them, or within the Ministry of Health for the hygiene or sanitation. So you have to work with those ministries, so they will provide you the information. For others, it's difficult because they will say it's secret or they can't provide the information. So let's just provide the information to have very good data at the end of the process. Okay, so for instance, this, I think I'll talk percent. Am I next? Okay, so you can see here, these are the formula. So we are not asking our focal point to calculate this. This is just for you to understand this is how we proceed in the system. This is the value we have in the back of the system. So for each of these information, you see, for example, for this indicator, we are looking for the budgetary allocation to water supply, sanitation, and hygiene, and the total national budget. So if you could not provide this information, so it means that in the WASSMO system, this information will be not applicable or not available. Okay, so if you only have the total national budget and you don't have this one will be not applicable. So always do our best to collect the value of all our indicators to ensure that at the end of the process, we can do a very good analysis from the data we receive. Okay, so here the other theme is the equitable tariff strategy. Here is also everything is clear. This one is by 2030, and here you have the population saved by water utility that apply a tariff addressing the cost subsidy, and the total population saved by water utility. Also here, for some of the countries we work on, it was very difficult to get this information, but others, it was very easy, but they promised that they will put in place a strategy to collect this information. So here you have to work with the Ministry of Water, the National Water and Sewage Regulatory Authority. Emma, next. So all this presentation will be shared to you. So this one is just how we are generating the value of this, or some of these parameters, and some of them we disaggregate by urban and rural. So you will see in the system, we will ask the urban value and the rural value of our indicator. So don't be surprised that we are asking the urban and rural value. So in some countries, we notice that there is no rural. For instance, when we work in Seychelles say there is no rural in their country. It's a small island, so there is no, everywhere is urban. So so for some countries like that. So but we manage to work with them to provide this information. So next, Emma. Or for some of them, once it's the data of the water and sanitation, they have most of the information is at the urban area. At the rural area, there is no information. Okay, the non-government financing. This one is also a very good indicator, and we notice most of our country could not achieve the target. I think for last year is Nigeria, who was one of the countries who achieved the reach that indicator. Okay, you see the percentage of water and sanitation budget that is financing from non-profit organizations, philanthropic and others. So here the target is by 2025, expand non-governmental financing to cover at least 30% of water and sanitation related activity, including water harvesting, desalination, and others. So from the analysis we did, it's only Nigeria was able to achieve this target last year. So the government really invests in the water and sanitation sector, and the contribution of the other partners was less than 30% in the water and sanitation sector. So from our report, it's only Nigeria that were able to do that. So other countries were just exceeding the contribution of the partner. The partner were around 90% of support in the water and sanitation sector, or this target is less than 30% of the NGO and others should support the water and sanitation sector, and 70% should be from the government. Okay, so these are the non-governmental financing institutions that we listed. It's not exhaustive. These are the some of these organizations that are working with, are supporting our member states in the finance area. So this is just a formula. So Emma, next. Okay, thank you very much. So we have ended here with the first team. So if you have any question, we're happy to answer. So before that, I will just ask us to just stand up. So do a small exercise, then we'll continue, please. Please, if you can just stand up. I think we have ate too much, so we'll ask them to reduce the next break is at 1:15. So we still have time. So Emmanuel, you have some exercise to us, or?
Okay. So maybe we'll do the other one later. But because this meeting is being organized by AMCAO in collaboration with the government of Botswana, I would want to request, what is the acronym for Botswana Ministry of Land Management? Is it M? That's M, Ministry of Land, MLWK, A, MLWA. So we are going to assume those letters using our gestures. So that will be our form of ice-breaking exercise. I'll give you an example. So M should go like this. M. Huh? You understand? L. W. K. However you do it, the idea is just for you to move your body. Oh, I did K instead of A. Oh, okay. So A would be like this, up, down, and however you do it. Okay. So we go at the count of 3. 1. Okay, I see we are stretching our legs. Stretch it very well. Okay, so we go with M. Down, up, down, up, down. That is good. So the second letter is what? L. So we go up, down, and side. Okay. What is the third letter? W. This one is indeed challenging, but we will try. So we go up, down, up halfway, down, and up again. Oh, good, good. I see the blood is circulating very well. And the last is what? A. So we go down, up, sideways. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you, Emmanuel. So any question on team 1 on financing, please? Okay, so you introduce yourself before and then ask the question, please.
Okay, thank you, Ndade. My name is Matevela Stefani again. The easiest way for you is to call me Steve. The first one is most of our budget. It comes as a lump sum. It's not disaggregated. So in that case, what do we do? That is the first question. The second one is more of a comment than a question. You said that when we feel the amount, the currency we should convert the currency. Why can't we modify the system to do it for us? Yeah, I use my local currency, the system will convert it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you remind me the name is Steve? Okay. Yes, the next person, please. David.
David Molefa. Mine is, I think I'm just thinking ahead. I see the challenge there because if you go to the formulas where it shows different values for hygiene, allocation for sanitation, allocation for water, and I'm just thinking that here in Botswana, how we budget, it's not easy to separate the figures as per the indicator want. So the monies for water and sanitation, you would find that it's in one budget, in one basket. And then also at the same time, when you go to education, you find that there's also schools, infrastructure being built there. There's also money that is incorporated in that money, which will provide the sanitation facilities. You go to health, the same thing, and even other government institutions. So it's very difficult to track that money that is allocated specifically for sanitation, water, and hygiene services. So I see it will give us a headache when we get there. Thank you. And the question is now, how do we go about it?
Okay, the last set and then.
Thank you very much. Mine is a comment, not a question. I think listening from colleagues who have just spoken, it appears like we do have more or less the same systems. Water and sanitation really touches a number of sectors. And in those sectors, they do also budget for the facilities. I think if we are to do justice to this, it will require member states to start by, at national level, maybe come up with a formula or a system wherein you do the tracking of finances that goes to other sectors, but that are linked to water and sanitation. Because I see a situation wherein we'll go for the next 2-3 years, most countries being in the red in terms of providing data because of that challenge. I strongly believe that if we are to have a breakthrough on that, can we really come up with a program that would capacitate member states to start have a financing tracking system or mechanism around all the sectors of the economy that really touches issues of water and sanitation? If you go to education, they do that. If you go to health, they do that. We do have mainstream ministries that are responsible for water. In my country, that is Zimbabwe, the ministry responsible for water is mainly on the bulk water infrastructure. That is water harvesting around construction of dams, etc. But the usage of that water, which is the critical part, comes other agencies and players. And there are various funds that goes there straight from treasury before even talk of our implementing partners. So I really advocate that we definitely need to assist one another in terms of developing a system that would assist us in terms of tracking the finances to those sectors that are intertwined with the wash sector? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. So, okay, the last one, and then we.
Thank you, Presenter. Maybe one, since we are talking about the issue of financing, we know that in our initiatives, as we are talking about the water and sanitation and hygiene, we do have also partners who are also assisting in that. Maybe one critical question which I would like to know, do we also include the budget or the financing aspect that is being rendered by these NGOs and stuff like that towards this initiative, or is only finances from our respective governments?
My question is about the formula. If I understood, if we miss with one parameter, the formula doesn't proceed. In case of hygiene promotion, in Mozambique is a transversal program, is implemented by several ministers. And it's difficult to track the funds for the hygiene promotion and how to deal with this challenge.
Okay, thank you very much for this excellent question. So I will give the floor first to my colleague Genevieve. She will start with that and then continue. There is one question about the conversion. Why should we not leave it open to allow our member states to input the value of their local currency, and then the system will calculate the value in dollar? So Genevieve want to say something.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe it was Mr. Steve that asked the question. Now, here's the challenge. It's not as if it's not possible, but different member states have different currencies, have different conversion rates. And even these conversion rates change from month to month in some cases, and from year to year. Now, we're asking for information as at 2020. How do we know the conversion rate as at 2020 for the country? That's why we ask that the ministry assist in this conversion, because most times you have them that they would already have what the value of their currency was as at that time when the budget was prepared. So it's easier for them to do the conversion and impute into the system than for us to make a guess that ends up not being correct. Thank you.
Okay, so let's not use the easier way. Please, let's convert it using the dollar. And in the system that my colleague will present on Friday, there is a session on the system where you have to mention the comment. So at that session, you can comment, you can mention this is the value. If it's 1 million puller, you mention 1 million puller, and then this is the conversion rate you use to convert in dollars. So from us doing the quality review, we know this is the process you use to convert this, and we will verify it. So you can either use the conversion rate, you go through Wanda, you convert using Wanda, most of you know Wanda. So from the budget you validated within your countries in X period, if it's in by 30th of December, you go on Wanda, you can select the date. In 2020, by 30th of December, we validated this budget at the country for 20 million puller, and you will see the value in dollars. So that value you copy and paste in the system, but in the section of the comment of our system, you mention the value in your local currency. So it'd be very easy for us to know if we have mistakenly report the value in dollar or not. So we always encourage you, please, to always fill the section of the comment for this type of information, mostly in the financing. So it'll be very easy from our side. So it's also a matter of consolidation, because if we leave it open, we will have in Botswana, you have this value. South Africa will input their value. Cameroon will input their value. At the end, we have a mix of potato, carrot, and others. So who will eat that? Nobody can eat those type of mixture. So we prefer one that will be able to consolidate the value at the regional level. So Emma has some answer to the question, then I will go on. Thank you very much, Steve.
Okay. Thank you. Please permit me to sit. So the questions that have been coming through are all related. The difficulty in disaggregating finance data, how do we calculate the issues of tracking finance allocated to other sectors, but are linked to WASH, how do we consolidate and calculate? The issues of tracking finances related to NGOs and non-state actors and other, non-state actors, how do we track? That I will answer separately. And of course, you mentioned hygiene being a transversal problem and also difficult to track. So part of what AMCAO is doing is first to, and Patrice will come to that in tomorrow's presentation, is to strengthen its national coordination platform. And essentially, this national coordination platform, what we expect as a solid monitoring and reporting structure from countries is not the focal point ministry, for example, Ministry of Land Management and Water and Sanitation Services in Botswana. We do not expect all the data to come from your ministry. And we know that it is impossible. We also know that from experience that these data are being housed or domiciled in other sectors. So which is why we've established it, but which is why strengthening national coordination platform becomes essential. And how do we go about it? We know that some data related to WASH is being housed in Ministry of Health, some to Sanitation, Ministry of Environment, some Ministry of even Finance, when we talk of this finance. So what we want to do, part of the objective of this meeting, is to be able to identify those, first of all, the ministries that would be required, because what we have written there as data source or data sources for these themes are not exhaustive. These are just suggestions. It is you now, your country, you know the situation. When you look at the parameters, you know those particular data that, hey, this one would be from Ministry of, it could even be from Ministry of Education in terms of WASH in schools or something. So we want to identify those ministries that are related to those indicators and the focal person. And trust me, there are issues of releasing this data. There are the bureaucratic issues that we are aware of. And for us to break some of these barriers, we need to carry everybody along. We envisage a situation where we are having this kind of meeting where we would not just be having only the Ministry of Water and the Ministry of Sanitation here in the room. We would be having all full national coordination platform. That way, we can at least solve a little or some of the problems related to that. Another effort that AMCAO is doing to be able to address these issues of tracking finance is in terms of sanitation and hygiene from donors and NGOs and non-state actors, is a declaration, a statement that emanated from the AfricaSan 5 conference in Cape Town. It was a multi-stakeholder commitment. We call it the CAMISA multi-stakeholder statement. This statement was from all the it's an aggregate of the local authorities, the development partners, the civil society, and I think the last one, I can't really recall it now, but there are 4 major non-state actors. And what AMCA wants to do, we have developed, is that we want to know why countries are reporting on the progress. We also want to know what those civil society, the local authority, the development partners, and all those actors are also contributing to the sector. We don't want to be in our offices and look at the news and hear that one NGO is pumping in millions of dollars for a particular sector, and which in actual sense is not the case. So these are some of the measures that we want to introduce, and we hope to solve the problem. And of course, capacity development is critical. The statement from Maya, Zimbabwe, is very, very critical, and we'll also look into that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. So for some of your question, it was were regarding the tracking of the water, sanitation, and hygiene information within the within your countries. So if you recall, for those who are in this WASSMO for the past 4 or 5 years, we have the first indicator we have here was a lump sum of water, sanitation, and hygiene, and it has been recommended to disaggregate that value to really know what is the contribution of the government within the water sector, within the sanitation, and within the hygiene sector. So it's from those information that we have been able to have that pie chart, which show that 67% of the support of our government goes to the water sector, and only 12% goes to the sanitation. So for some of the countries, they have been able to change the way they allocate their budget. So we are also in the process of, it's also a learning process, this activity we are doing with our member state to see how to improve our system. So if we don't have it, maybe this year, you can see how you can improve it for next year. But for what I am sure, and from the experience working with our member state, most of this information are available. I will take the information on hygiene. Last year, we supported many member states. When we arrive at the hygiene level, they say they don't have information on hygiene. We asked, okay, but do you have staff working in the hygiene? So it's true that they don't have a dedicated budget on hygiene, but they are paying staff within the ministry to work in the hygiene sector. So if you don't have a budget, because that salary the ministry or the government is paying to those who are working in the hygiene sector is already a dedication of the government to support that area, even though there is no fund for that activity. So at least you can consider that the salary that you are paying to the staff has a contribution for the government in the hygiene sector. So this is the advice we give to our members. Instead of putting 0, that there is nothing, but there is something that the government starts by providing or by asking, nominating the staff that will work in the hygiene or the sanitation sector. And the others, where there is a lump sum, they also provided, they have an idea or a percentage of, they can assume that, okay, from this amount, this is the percentage we allocated to water and sanitation. And from that, based on the comment they provided on the system, we work on that. And some of them promise to improve the system for next year to see how they can capture this information. So it's a learning, it's a learning process. For the so they say it's not easy to separate the water, the sanitation, and hygiene. So what we noticed when we are working, they were able to separate this information. from the information they receive in the water sector, and because in each ministry, you have a directorate in charge of, for some of the countries, you have a director in charge of sanitation, even though the budget is a lump sum, but you have a director in charge of the sanitation, a director in charge of water. And they have an idea of the resources they have been they requested to the government and what has been disbursed within the period we are asking that information. So it's not an easy exercise, we understand, but it's something that is available within our member state with a little effort from our side. And we should always consider even the salary that we are providing to our staff as a contribution of the government. So instead of having zero, you take the salary and you consider it as a contribution of the government. This is how much the government is supporting the water and sanitation, sector. So from the data, we are requesting the information. We have the indicator where we only ask the information from the government. It's a national budget allocated to water and sanitation. It's a national budget allocated to sanitation. We have an indicator where we are requesting the contribution of the private sector. So we should not mix the two values. So the definition is very clear. Where we talk about the government allocation, is a budget from the government side, not the private sector. So you will see here, you see the total government budget for water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. So this is the budget from the government side. And now this ODA will collect the information that the other entity, like the private sector and the NGO we support here. So from this one, each year you have a budget that is allocated to XYZ sector. So this is the information we are looking from you. From that document that has been validated at the national level, you have the line of the budget, and this is what we are asking. So I think most of the questions were just going around that, and the progress to, okay, so there is a contribution on to support our member state on tracking the financing within the ministry. Yes, as I said, it's a learning process. If our system can't capture the information we are requesting, we put in place a mechanism to capture it for next year. Okay, so how to track the hygiene fund? As I said, for some of the countries, the hygiene fund is under the Ministry of Education. The others, the hygiene fund is under the ministry in charge of water and sanitation. So it depends from how the government is structured in our member state. So you have to request, most of the time is the Ministry of Education to know the amount they have dedicated to this, dedicated to hygiene, and the other ministry, the amount they dedicated to sanitation. So it's a teamwork in each country. It's not only the work of the WASSMO focal point or the sanitation focal point. So it's a teamwork. During the data collection, you have to put together, you have to gather all the ministry, those who are involved in the value chain of this, of the water and sanitation sector. So the Ministry in charge of water, sanitation, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, and other ministries, depending on how you structure how you structure the government. In some we request from the Ministry of Research to know how much they have dedicated to the hygiene or the sanitation sector. So I think from the question you asked, this is what we can answer. And also not forget, once we launch the campaign, we will be also available to support you within the whole process. So if you are working with your team and you are facing any issue, just let us know and we'll see how we can support you within our capacity. Thank you very much. Other question, please? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Bemberg. My name is Pierre Lopera, but you can just call me Pera. I'm from Lesotho. I work under Ministry of Health. I want to comment on the responses that you have just made, also with regards to the questions that members have raised. You know, every time when we have exercises like this, I always worry when, for example, when you try to compare across different countries, yet we don't have, you see these comments, they tell you that when you get the report, you're not going to get, I mean, the procedures that we follow when you collect the data is not going to be the same. And if it is not the same, it's going to be difficult sometimes to compare. I think the comment of supporting the countries in how to do the tracking of financing, I think that is from on my side, I think that is the way to go, so that at least you have I would say indicators that you can say this is what you need, or the type of data you need to collect for you to say you're costing or you're calculating the expenditure in water supply, in sanitation and hygiene. You need to collect data. For example, I heard you when you're saying human resource, another person will say now we'll look at transport. And I'm asking myself, how am I going to calculate fuel costs? But if you give us, like, for example, you can say you need to collect data on human resource, you need, as in salaries, you need to collect data on, for example, transport, you need to collect data on certain things. You give us pointers so that at least when you have pointers, you are able to collect the same type of data. Otherwise, from the comments, my understanding is that we are going to collect it the way, any way we understand it when we are sitting alone there. And it's not going to be consistent. Even for comparability for me, it's not going to be easy to compare and say the expenditure. You're not going to be confident and say this is the actual allocation in a certain country and this is the actual allocation in a certain country when you don't have a consistent system or model of data collection. Because I remember, is it WHO which has, is it TrackFin methodology? I don't know. Yes. So I think if we use a scientific model that is already known, it's going to be easy to be consistent and collect the same kind of data across. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, coming to the TrackFin, I think for the countries who were able to report some of the financing indicators, those who went through the TrackFin with WHO. But unfortunately, it was not all the countries. So I think they selected a few countries to go through the TrackFin. For instance, Nigeria, we work with Nigeria to support them into the TrackFin. Ghana has provided that, and other countries, but it was not all the 54 or 55 countries of the African Union that went through the TrackFin. That's why for some of those countries, it was easy to provide the information on the indicator, for instance, where we have the ODA. So those countries, was very easy for them to provide the information because they went through the process with WHO to collect the information on the contribution of the private and the non-governmental sector in the water and sanitation sector. So I was saying that we should use the human resources, for instance, because for some countries, the budget allocated to sanitation. So the understanding of our focal point was the fund that the government allocate in the implementation of the activity. So if there is no fund allocated in the implementation of the activity, they will say zero, there is nothing. And they will say, no, you can't say it's zero, because if the government already have the staff working in the sanitation, even though the fund is coming from the private or other sector, this fund, we can consider it as the contribution of the government. So you can't say zero because we already have the staff working under the sanitation and hygiene, and their salary or other aspects that the government provided to support the area can be considered as the contribution of the government. So instead of having zero, you have at least something that the government is contributing within the water, sanitation, and hygiene sector. It should not be zero, because most of our government officials, we have the staff dedicated for this activity. The only issue they are facing for most of them is a funding issue. But they have a salary that is, they are paying every month from the government pocket. And this is a contribution of the government, even though there is no dedicated amount to implement XYZ activity or to build a borehole or whatever in the different, This is just the explanation we wanted to give you. So to have an open mind when you are working, instead of having 0, 0, 0, 0 everywhere, knowing that your government is doing something, but it's not enough, but at least there's an effort from the government by nominating the staff and to dedicate the staff to work in this particular area in the sanitation or the hygiene sector. So this, it was just a contribution in terms of the experience we had with some of our member states. So yeah, I think for the track fin, I'll explain that.
Patrice?
Yes.
Yes, this is Fiona from WHO.
Okay, Fiona, yes.
How are you? Good morning,
fine.
good afternoon to all. I'd like to take this opportunity just to maybe say a few words, because I work at WHO and lead the GLASS initiative and the development of WASH accounts worldwide. So I'm really pleased with these exchanges, these questions. And thank you very much to my colleague Rick, who's been putting in the chat on Zoom links to the WASH accounts using the TrackFin methodology. And thank you, Rick, for doing that. But I'd like to just say a few words about it very briefly. And although we'll be presenting shortly, I won't be going into the WASH accounts development. But as you mentioned, a number of countries in Africa have developed WASH accounts using the TrackFin methodology, including Mali, who's now starting a 4th cycle. We've got, Nigeria and Ghana, Kenya, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe has actually, we've received an official request. We're having a training and an induction meeting training next week with a team in Zimbabwe. And I believe that the colleague who's in the meeting from Zimbabwe was asking about tracking of finance. And as you rightly pointed out, a country that has been diving in and trying to answer some very fundamental questions about finance. What is the total WASH expenditure? What are the WASH funds being spent on? Who's paying for WASH services and how much do they pay? And who are the main WASH service providers and how much are they spending? And basically being able to answer some of these questions and be able to report back into the WASSMO system. So I just wanted to say that further information, of course, can be provided. There is a link on the chat that maybe Patrice or Geneviève, you can maybe copy and share with others. But I also remain available for any further information on that. I also wanted to touch upon a question that came up about the currency. And I think this is a really interesting question because, of course, if each country is inputting the data and their numbers in dollars, even using Oanda, I think depending what day, there are fluctuations. And we might want to consider that not only dollars are inputted, but also local currency to be able to then apply to the local currency, the constant to avoid the effects of fluctuations. And using constant currency rates for that year will really get more comparable and better quality data. So I'll leave it at that, but I'm happy to discuss more. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Fiona, for your contribution. So I wonder if there's any other person who wants to contribute online. Rick is online or?
No, not from me, thanks. I'll speak in the next session on theme 2.
Okay, thank you. So any other question online, please, under the theme 1 from our member states who are connected, South Africa. Any question on the financing? Okay, that's good. So we will share with you the link that has been shared by WHO on the track fin. So you see there are a number of countries here who have who went through the process of the track fin. And for some of them, it's very easy to report the value on the financing because they have went through the track fin, and most of the information we are requesting most of the indicator we are requesting our member state to report on are part of the process of the track fin, the track fin report. So we will share with you the link that has been shared. And from what Fiona said, they will have a training next week with the Zimbabwe on the track fin. So any other question on the financing, please, before we move to the next point on team 2? Okay, no question. So we move now on team 2. So on team 2, Fiona and Rick, so I will present the team 2, what we have under the team 2, and then I will give you the floor to go through the indicator that WHO is reporting on, and then after we move to the question and answer. So from the session we have on your indicator, I will just skip it to allow you to explain it to our participant. Then we have a question and answer where the participant will ask you or to AMCAO the question on the indicator or the parameters for the team 2. So it's team 2. Emmanuel. Just finish it after. Okay, so we'll continue with the team 2. So the team 2 is under the water supply, sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater. So the rationale for this, for team 2, so is to track the poor services access level for WASH in Africa was one of the key motivating factor for the Sharm el-Sheikh and the creation of the WASSMO system. So under the team 2, we are tracking all the indicators related to the water supply, the sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater. So here you have many of the SDG 6 indicator, and our colleagues who are connected. We will also have a short presentation on the indicator that they are reporting on. So here we have the target here. This is an SDG 6.1. We have here by 2030 achieve equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. So here we have 2 indicators here. The percentage of population with access to a basic drinking water services. So here we disaggregate the value by national, urban, and rural. So you see in the system where you have to provide the different information. And these are the input parameters you need to report on. The rural population with access to basic drinking, the total population residing in the rural area, the urban population with access to basic drinking water services, total population residing in urban area and national population access to the basic drinking water service and the national population. So for us, we are not requesting the value of the percentage. Once you input the value of each parameters, then the system will generate the value of this SDG 6 indicator. And for the SDG indicator, please always work with the SDG focal point of your countries. Last year, we shared with you all the name and the address of the SDG focal point within your member state. So during the process of the reporting, you invite them to the meeting, so they will provide you the exact information they reported to through the GMP systems, just to avoid the discrepancy between the WASSMO and the GMP WHO report. So always include the focal point, because all this information are coming from our member states. And most of the time we notice that there are some discrepancy from the information in the WASSMO and the information that have been reported to the WHO. So you should always invite them to participate in the meeting. We will share with you the contact of all of them for each country. We'll share that with you. So at least for the validation, they will provide you the same information in 2020 that they submitted to WHO, just to avoid the discrepancy in our data. So you can see, for instance, for one of the indicator, the open defecation, for the GMP report of this year is 5 countries that reach less than 5% practicing open defecation. But in the WASSMO report, we have 7 countries. On all this information, is provided by the members of a different focal point. So to reach at the point where we have the similar information, we have to work as a team in our countries. So here also we have the percentage of population using safely managed drinking water services. Here we have the definition. In the WASSMO, we have the definition of what is safely managed drinking water services. We define all of that into the WASSMO, and this is the information we are requesting, the rural population with access to safely managed drinking water. So always check the definition to avoid any confusion. If you are not sure about the sentence, you can send us an email, and us as AMCA, we can either ask to a member of the WHO or UNICEF to provide additional information about this to our member state. And these are the ministry you should invite for your meeting. The ministry responsible for water, the ministry responsible for health, national statistics, and the GMP focal point or the SDG 6 focal point in your country. So I don't know if you have the SDG focal point here for this particular, for Botswana, if it's here. So I will share again the list with David and Irene about the name and the name of all the SDG 6 focal point of, for instance, Botswana. So during your meeting, you convene all of them, so we'll provide you the information of this indicator. So you will not go and do a research again about this value. They already have the value that they sent to the UN for 2020, and the work will be very easy from your side. So here is just a definition to avoid the confusion. So here we define basic water services. We define improved drinking water. So this most of the time is the word that will bring confusion among our member states. And we'll pick this definition from the GMP report. So for the basic water services, here is the context of household is one drinking water comes from an improved drinking water source whose collection time is not more than 30 minutes for a round trip, including the queuing time. So this is the definition we have into the GMP according to basic water services. And these are the sources. The following sources are categorized as improved drinking water services. The other side, the water sources that are considered to be not improved. These are the information. So the indicator fact sheet that we'll share with you has all this information. So now this is how we calculate the value. So you can see even from the GMP here, we also have this value. And once if you don't report the value of one, you will not have the value of the indicator. So here you can see the water should be free from the priority chemical vary from country to country, but at global level, priority is placed upon the arsenic and the fluoride. So we have a lot of discussion also about this, this information. So the sanitation is by 2030 achieve access to adequate and equitable sanitation for all, paying special attention to the needs of women and girls. So here also, this is SDG indicator, and you have here the input parameters and the data sources where to collect the information of this indicator. So please work with the SDG 6 focal point of your countries to have this information. This will reduce the discrepancy that we notice in between the WASSMO and the GMP report. So here, according to the GMP, so here we have the definition of the sanitation, because all these, they are SDG 6 indicator. And we are collecting the information from the same sources. Okay, so here these are just the definition. During the reporting, if you are facing any issue, please just contact AMCAO, and then we will just we know where to contact the right person who will give us the information about the definition of this keyword. So you see here by 2030, end the open defecation by 2030. So it's just remaining 7 years for this. And here we are asking for the population practicing open defecation, total population of the country. So this indicator has been disaggregated by urban and rural. So you want to know the population practicing the open defecation at the urban and at the rural area for the sake of reporting of this information. So here we have this the percentage of primary and secondary school with a good sanitation program under which needs of girls are taken into consideration. So here we have the definition of what is the primary and what is the secondary school. So we should not confuse this one. So we have a definition of what is the primary school and what is the secondary school. I will skip because Fiona or Rix, they will come to present some of these indicators. So we have here percentage of population with hand washing facility with soap and water at home. So these are the parameters we are asking to input the value. Okay, now we have here the wash and wastewater. We have the suboptimal on the wastewater treatment. So here we have the percentage of wastewater not safely treated. So here you work with the focal point of this particular SDG. So he will provide you the value of all of this, the value of the parameters, and then you have the information on the indicator. Okay, thank you. So I will give the floor to WHO, who is connected, to make a presentation on the indicator 6.11, 6.2a, 6.21b, 6.31, 6.a1, and 6.b1. So, Fiona or Rix will present those indicators, and they will move to question and answer. So
Wonderful.
Fiona, over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see us on the screen. And I'm really happy to be here with you today. I'm Fiona Gore from WHO. I'm here with Rick Johnston from WHO, from the JMP team. And we're both here, and we're going to take you through a few slides and talk about SDG 6 monitoring and how we align with the WASSMO platform. So it's a pleasure for me to start off today, just presenting to you SDG 6 in its entirety. And SDG 6 includes 11 indicators that you will see on the right-hand side. Now, there are a number of custodian and co-custodian agencies that are responsible for monitoring and reporting back to the UN Statistical Division in New York on a yearly basis. And you will see the list of custodians here on the right. Now, if you click to the next slide, Rick, please. What we will see is basically that WHO is responsible for 5 of these indicators in collaboration with UNICEF, UN Habitat, UNSD, and OECD. So Rick and I today have the pleasure of representing these different agencies and basically giving you a little bit more information about these. Now, this is all part of what we call the IMI, the Integrated Monitoring Initiative. Next slide, please, Rick. And we're actually going to start off by talking about target 6A. And this is 6A and 6B are the means of implementation. Now, target 6A is about community and user participation. And the actual target is actually quite broad. And it talks about expanding international cooperation and capacity building, support to developing countries in WASH-related activities and program. But it also includes beyond WASH, water harvesting, desalinization, water efficiency, wastewater treatment, recycling, and reuse technologies. Now, how do you define an indicator that would represent all that? That was the challenge many years back when these indicators were defined. Well, the indicator that was selected is the amount of water and sanitation ODA that is part of a government coordinated spending plan. So what are the data sources and how are we reporting back on this? So some of you have been participating or are still participating and are about to submit your GLASS surveys. So you have been creating through the GLASS focal point, and I'm actually really pleased to see David from Botswana there today. Hi, David, who is the GLASS focal point for Botswana. And Botswana has submitted their survey. Now, I think what's interesting and the link aligning with the WASSMO platform is the fact that the GLASS focal point will have coordinated a group with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education to bring together and have collected the data that will be needed to feed into the WASSMO, making the process a lot more streamlined and straightforward. Now, just to come back to the data sources for this indicator, we use GLASS and the question on how external funding is being channeled. And of course, reporting back with official development assistance through the CRS system at OECD. Next slide, please. Now, on target 6B, it's about community and user participation. And sorry, previous 6A was about ODA. And this target is about supporting and strengthening the participation of local communities in improving water and sanitation management. And the indicator that's listed here is the percentage of local administrative units with established and operational policies and procedures for participation of local communities in water and sanitation management. Now, on this particular indicator, we are co-custodian with UNEP as well as OECD. And the data sources come from the GLASS survey that many of you have been compiling and providing. And there is a question specifically A11 that includes a question on community and user participation, but it actually goes beyond WASH. We actually go and it includes questions on IWRM, integrated water resource management, and a revised question on the percent of population with access to opportunities for participation. But we collaborate very closely with UNEP that collects also information and data on community participation. And as well as we combine it with OECD data from the Water Governance Indicators Initiative. So my point here is really going to be about if you as a country have been leading the GLASS survey at the moment, and the opportunity we have here is that the timelines are syncing extremely well. that if you've provided answers to these questions in the GLASS survey, you will be reporting on 6A and 6B, and particularly on 6B, which then is provided back to the UN Statistical Division. Next slide, please. So for some of you that might be new to the sector, just as a little reminder, the GLASS initiative is basically it stands for UN Water Global Analysis and Assessment of Sanitation and Drinking Water. And it's implemented by WHO on behalf of UN Water. And it's really, the objective is to look at WASH systems, looking at policies, governance, institutional arrangements, monitoring system, regulation, human resources, and very importantly, finance. And the reason I was talking about the WASH accounts earlier on is that very early, more than 10 years ago, we realized that there was such a gap in data on finance in the WASH sector that we developed this deep dive. So the WASH accounts using Trackfin methodology is very much linked to the GLASS work, where you dive deep into answering some fundamental questions about expenditures in the WASH system. Next slide, please. So just to reiterate the point I just made earlier on, the GLASS country survey questions coming in from you all contributes to monitoring 6A and B. And as I've mentioned, the survey covers elements of the enabling environment for SDG 6, including elements like national targets, provisions for vulnerable populations and finance, that makes and that contribute to making progress towards SDG 6. So it's really participating in GLASS complements other SDG monitoring initiatives and really complements a platform like WASSMO. And developing WASH accounts not only contributes to providing input into the WASSMO system, but also contributes to monitoring 6A and 6A1. Next slide, please. So just to reiterate some of the collaboration with regional initiatives in Africa, of course, we've been working very closely with AMCAL over the last more than 10 years, I would say, and all the indicators, and we've really done our best to ensure that all indicators are aligned with the GLASS survey questions and the WASH accounts, as well as aligning with the NGOR monitoring. And I think you mentioned you were going to be talking about that a bit more in detail in one of the other sessions. So the GLASS survey participation by countries contributes to and aligns with the commitments, which we hope reduces the reporting burden on countries. As I said, reach out not only to your SDG 6 focal point, but also to the GLASS focal point, particularly if you've been participating in GLASS and have submitted survey data, because the data will have been compiled and that will make the process a lot more straightforward and avoid different data being reported back. And of course, AMCAL focal points have been contributing at country level within this GLASS team with the focal point and to the process of the GLASS data submission. Next slide, please. The next point I also wanted to mention is that we've been, and I know that you've got our colleagues from GWP who are going to present on the AIP scorecard, the investment scorecard. And we've also been contributing and trying to align the indicators as much as possible, reducing the data collection burden at country level, making sure that whatever data has already been collected can feed into the AIP scorecard. I won't say much more about that because I know that you will be hearing more from some of our colleagues from GWP Southern Africa. Just to say that we are planning a GLASS report towards the end of this year, and that all the data that has been collected since last August will be presented in this report that will be published towards the end of the year. And this is just to show you that the last GLASS report that was published in 2019, we had data from 115 countries and 29 external support agencies. And as you can see on the map on the right, this is the participation, and we had most countries in Africa that participated. So we're really enthusiastic and hoping that many more countries are going to be submitting their data, despite the deadline being passed. But I think it was mentioned that often the deadlines are extended, even with the WASSMO. So we look forward to receiving your submissions or of you getting in touch with the GLASS focal point. Next slide, please. And I believe now I get to pass over to my colleague Rick from the JMP program. Just to note that I'm going to have to actually leave to go to another meeting, and I will ask Rick to share with me any questions. I'm sure he'll be able to answer most of them, but if there are any questions that you want to share with me, Rick, that I can then get back to the group with more detail. Thanks very much. Over to you, Rick. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Fiona. So first, let me touch on the 3 SDG indicators that are monitored by the WHO UNICEF Joint Monitoring Program for water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. So we put out a baseline and SDG baseline report in 2017, and then every 2 years we update the global database. So our most recent report, households, came out in 2021 last summer. We also produce reports on Washington schools and Washington healthcare facilities. Those are all available on our website at the link that you see above. So if we turn to drinking water first, we use what we call service ladders. So at the bottom, you see the people drinking surface water who have really no service at all, moving up to unimproved. And then the top 3 rungs are people who are using improved drinking water facilities, which was the MDG indicator. But now those are divided into these 3 rungs, where a limited service is people with improved water sources, but requiring a collection time of more than 30 minutes. If the collection time is less than 30 minutes, it counts as a basic drinking water service. And then there are these additional criteria for safely managed services, the main SDG indicator, that improved source should be accessible on premises, available when needed, and free from fecal and priority chemical contamination. And I'm happy, as Patrice explained, that the WASSMO definitions are very much aligned with these. I wanted to give an example of how the data are used to construct these indicators. And this is coming from Sierra Leone, where we draw on all the available national sources of data and have found that in 2020, 73% of the population used improved drinking water sources. Most of them were within 30 minutes, so 64% had at least a basic service. And most of them were also available when needed at 53%, but many fewer were accessible on premises, only 16%, and only 11% were free from fecal contamination. So remember, safely managed drinking water requires these 3 elements of accessibility, availability, and quality. And since quality was the lowest here, that's the one that determined the safely managed statistic for Sierra Leone for the year 2020. We can also then build up the rest of the ladder here. The people without improved drinking water supplies, 12% are using surface water and 16% using unimproved drinking water supplies. If we would look at Africa, sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, our last report showed that 65% of the population had at least basic water services, but only 30% had safely managed drinking water services. Now, drinking water quality is often the limiting factor, and it's also one that countries often don't have nationally representative data on, especially for rural areas and private supplies. So one approach has been to include drinking water quality testing directly in household surveys. That's been done in Sierra Leone, as well as in about 50 other countries. And there's a report that details that on the JMP website. If we turn next to sanitation, again, we have a sanitation service ladder with 5 levels. Moving from open defecation at the bottom to, sorry, if others could mute their microphones. I'm happy to take questions afterwards, though. So we have open defecation at the bottom, and then the top 3 rungs are all people who are using improved sanitation facilities. If it's shared, it counts as a limited service. If it's not shared, it's at least a basic service. But to be safely managed, it should be an improved facility that's not shared, and where excreta are either safely disposed of in situ or removed and treated off-site. So the little cartoon on the right there shows that there are really three ways to be safely managed. On top, you can have sewer connections and wastewater that's treated off-site. Or if people have on-site sanitation, those could be emptied and the waste could be treated off-site, or they could not be emptied and the waste could be treated and disposed of in situ. For instance, if a latrine fills up and is just simply buried and abandoned, that would also count as safely managed sanitation. Or if a pit or a septic tank hasn't yet filled up and it's effectively containing the wastes, that also counts as safely managed sanitation. Here's another country example, this one from Sao Tome and Principe, where about half, 53% of the population uses sanitation. Most of that is not shared, so you have 48% with at least basic sanitation. And that 53% improved, well, that's 17% sewer connections plus 36% on-site, either pit latrines or septic tanks. And if we look, we have administrative data about wastewater treatment plants that shows that about half of wastewater is safely treated. So that gives you 8% wastewater treated. And from household surveys, we know that most of the on-site sanitation is either not emptied or is safely disposed of in situ. So you get 27% disposed of in situ. Unfortunately, there's not enough data from Sao Tome and Principe about the wastes that are emptied. You know, do they reach treatment? Are they effectively treated? So like many countries, we don't have data on that. But if you add together the 8% wastewater treated and 27% disposed in situ, you get 35% safely managed sanitation in Sao Tome and Principe. Likewise, we can build up the whole ladder. Among those who don't have improved sanitation facilities, there's quite a lot of open defecation, 43% happening in Sao Tome and Principe, and 4% using unimproved sanitation facilities. If we would look at sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, we find 33% of the population, only 1 in 3 people with at least basic sanitation, and only 21%, 1 in 5 people with safely managed sanitation. Open defecation still being practiced by 18% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, I want to show an example of where those data come from. This is what we call a country file for Sao Tome and Principe, which shows that we have found 10 sources of data. 9 of them are household surveys, one's a census. Unfortunately, we don't have any administrative data from Sao Tome and Principe, but we do for many other countries. And this the sheet on the country file shows all of the drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene data that we've gotten from those different national sources of data. So all of our data are based on national sources like these. We also do a country consultation period before we update the database every 2 years. So in principle, the National Statistic Office is the lead verifier of data, but other stakeholders take part in these country consultations. So the data in the global SDG database, in principle, should be the same as the ones that are entered into the WASSMO database, where the definitions of the indicators are well aligned. The hygiene indicator, the second indicator under target 6.2, is a simpler one. There's only 3 levels on this ladder. And the SDG indicator for basic hygiene is just the availability of a hand washing facility with soap and water at home. And this is collected through household surveys, but it's not done by asking people if they have water and soap, because they'll say, of course we have water and soap. But the survey teams actually say, can you show me the place where people wash their hands after they use the toilets? And then the survey teams record if soap and water are available there. Now, data coverage for this is quite high in Africa because household surveys are common in most countries in Africa, but the service coverage is rather low. You can see many countries with less than 25% basic hygiene, and for the sub-Saharan region as a whole, only 26% having basic hygiene services in 2020. Okay, now I want to shift from the JMP indicators and talk about target 6.3 on water quality and wastewater, which is about having the proportion of untreated wastewater. This is an indicator that's managed at the global level by WHO, UN Habitat, and the UN Statistic Division. And the indicator, 6.3.1, is the proportion of domestic and industrial wastewater flows safely treated. On the method side, we have sub-indicators. So for total and industrial wastewater, these are managed by UN Habitat. And what they do is they compile data from questionnaires. In Africa, the UNSD sends around a questionnaire every 2 years to their focal points, usually in the national statistical offices. And they report, how much wastewater of different types was generated, collected, and treated. For domestic or household wastewater, WHO is the lead on this. And we're looking just at the wastewater that's generated by households, including black water that goes directly into toilets, but also gray water, that comes from showers or sinks or other types of water generated by households. So this indicator is quite similar to safely managed sanitation, but there are a couple differences. First, it deals with volumes of wastewater, not populations. Second, it covers all gray water, not just black water. So it's considered that only sewerage and septic tanks are eligible for safely treated wastewater, because most gray water doesn't go into latrines. And unlike indicator 6.2.1, it does include shared sanitation facilities. I just wanted to show 2 quick maps. These are available also on the website of the IMI, sdg6data.org. First, showing total wastewater flows safely treated. There were only 42 countries globally, representing 18% of the population, that actually reported on this. With the most recent data for 2015, only, I think, 5 countries in Africa. Now, UNSD circulates this questionnaire every 2 years, and they're planning on doing that later this fall. So I hope that we can get a better response rate so that this global SDG indicator can have more data coverage for the next round of indicator updates. The household side draws on that broader database that the JMP collects. And for that reason, we're able to have higher data coverage. But you can see that still, many countries in Africa don't have enough data on safely treated wastewater, and where data are available, generally less than half of wastewater in Africa is being safely treated, household wastewater. That's a very brief overview to the 5 SDG indicators that WHO is a co-custodian for. There are other indicators. You can learn more about those through the Integrated Monitoring Initiative. We've got these 2 websites, sdg6monitoring.org, which has more text resources about the methodologies, and then the data portal, where you can do things like make those maps and see how you can make your own figures on that website. And finally, I just wanted to share that the UN maintains metadata, or kind of definitions of how all the indicators work and are calculated. Those are all available here on these websites through the metadata repository. And also we have email contacts you can see here if you want to reach out directly for more information about these specific indicators. I'm also finally happy to say that the GLASS team has just launched a new data portal. You see the website there. So please do go visit that site and explore the data that's available there. With that, let me pass back to Patrice. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rex, for this presentation on the SDG 6.11, or the SDG indicator that WHO is responsible on. So now we are in the phase of question. So do you have any question regarding the team 2 of the WASSMO, water, sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater, and the indicator related to WHO? Any question, please? Clarification? Question, clarification on the definition? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much once again. I think my question will be in line with the WASSMO indicators. If I don't know if you can be able to go back there to the. Either one of them, what sanitation or hygiene. I think also when I was thinking about this question, I was either on the parameters, yes, on water or sanitation or even hygiene for that matter. Okay, let me just go straight to hygiene because I know for our country, and also taking into consideration the comments that I had when the from the previous presentation by WHO on how JMP has been used to collect data on WASH. I was thinking that what is the suggestion, or how are we supposed to go about it where we know very well that the data that we have is not representative of the country? Because we can only collect the data where you know you have applied some interventions. And you know, if you provide that data and you say, for example, if you know where you have implemented your interventions, that there is a certain population which has access maybe to hand hygiene facilities, for example, and you are going to subject that against the total population of the country, and you know that it's not going to be representative of the true picture that is existing on the ground. What is the suggestion of to fill that kind of a data? Because I was going to say that we already know we have national surveys, but you know, in national surveys they do the sampling, but here we are expected to enter the data in terms of those parameters that are provided, and we are saying that the system is going to calculate the proportion. But we know that we have, maybe you have a recent survey, for example, we have the mix surveys, then mix already has a figure, but you know that mix uses sampling. What is the advice on that issue? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question, please? Okay, I want Rick, can you go can you respond to the question regarding the mix?
Sure. Yeah, I think what I would say is that those country files that I mentioned, they summarize all of the national data that we've been able to find and that have been shared with us through the country consultation. So that would include the most recent mixed survey, or some countries have other surveys, demographic and health surveys, or census. So there might be lots of different national sources of data in there. And what the JMP method is to put those all in a linear regression model so that we can get estimates for the variables, the indicators, for all years, not only the years where there happened to be a survey or when we had the most recent survey. So that can mean that there can be slight differences from the most recent national survey. And I think that's okay. It's just, you know, that needs to be understood. But I think it's perfectly fine to input into WASSMO the information that comes from the most recent household surveys. And that I see all of the input parameters on this slide. You could get that from a mix report for a single survey. You could also get that from the JMP country files, because they include not only the data sources, but the estimates. So I guess the mix reports and the JMP files tend to be proportions of populations instead of the actual number of population. but at least the JMP files also include the population, and you probably have your own population figures as well. So you could, multiply the proportion of the rural population times the total rural population to get the input parameters that you would need for WASSMO. So again, I would suggest as a starting point, download the JMP country file, see what the most recent available data are. If there's something that's more recent, maybe you want to use that, because again, our database is only updated every 2 years. So maybe you have something that's more recent than what's in the JMP database, and that would be fine. We'll get it on the next round of updates. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Now for the other question on the WASSMO, how to proceed if we don't have the full information. We just advise to report what you have. So, and there's a session on the WASSMO where you can provide the comment about this is information, this is what we have, instead of having 0. So report on what you have. If you can give an answer or an overview of the situation of your countries. So we are not requesting to just give us the 100% of the information, but what you have from your system and what you can justify, please report to us. You will improve it maybe in the next year once you have system in place where you can improve that the reporting of that particular indicator. And I say it's a learning process. We are not expecting 100% from our member state, but report to us what you have for the reporting period, and then you put in place a procedure to improve it for the next year. I think this is what I can say regarding this information. We work with our member state, and we noticed that also it was the same question last year, because for a particular indicator under the water and sanitation, they only have few information. So they could not provide 100% information on that. But we asked them to provide information, what they have, what they can justify to us. And this year they will put in place a system. I'm sure that they will report on those particular information. So I think this is what I can say regarding that. I don't know if it's clear.
Okay, thank you. I think it is clear, but now it takes me back to trying to understand what WASSMO is trying to monitor. If we are trying to monitor the progress in the implementation of maybe WASH interventions in countries, then I'm only going to report on the data that is available, not about the situation that is existing on the ground. It makes me, I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Yeah, I want to understand what is the purpose of WASSMO then.
Yes, so I will take an example. For instance, you have a rural population with access to hand washing. For some countries, they can have, in the rural population, you have, the rural population has different area again in the rural population, but they can only have from their national system. The national system only cover few areas, not all the rural area. So they can't report 100% of this value. So we ask them to report from what they have, what the national system can cover as rural area. They report to us. From some countries that are facing terrorism or they have war in the other area, they can't go and make a sampling and collect the information in a war zone. So they will only be able to report on what they have and what they are able to report on as rural area. And there's a session on the comment where they should provide the information. So we can ask more to our member states. We have worked, if you see a country like Mali, where they have the other part of the countries is war, we can ask the officer to go to those areas to collect the information about the rural area. It's impossible. They'll be able to collect the information where they think that they are safe and where the government cover the area. In many countries that face those type of situation, either it's a political situation or a natural disaster, they can't go beyond and provide us the information. Just give us the information if I just for rural population, from what you have as rural in your database, provide to us the information. Next year, we'll see how we can improve that value. Yes. Sorry. What is it trying to track? What are we trying to track? Yes, what are we trying to track as WASSMO? As we say, we are tracking the progress of the member state. So the WASSMO is an assessment of the member state about their situation for a particular indicator. So it's a self-assessment of each of our member states. Okay, so for this, the indicator, for instance, for this one, percentage of population with hand washing facility with soap and water. So we are trying to know here what is the progress for the member state regarding this percentage. And we have a target here. The target here is by 2030. Let me open it. And the target here is by 2030, achieve access to adequate and equitable hygiene for all. This indicator helps us to know if we are moving forward the achievement of our target. And with the value we collect every year, we compare with the previous year. So based on that, we are able to know if this country, if we are on track or not. So what will improve from this, for the report of this year, is to have this status for all our member states to know if they are on track or not. I think it's a missing information we don't have for the 2021 date report, where we have the status of each country to know if they are on track or not for this particular indicator. So we just make a consolidated information for Africa to know if Africa is on track for this indicator or not. Are we on track to achieve this particular target or not? This is the role of the WASSMO. So the information we collect from you help us to know if you are on track or not to achieve the different target that we set for the different commitment. Either the SDG 6, either the Sharm el Sheikh commitment, either the Ngor commitment, or the Africa Water Vision commitment. I hope it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think my question is directly linked to the previous question, which you attempted to answer. If I remember very well, on the overview when we started, one of the general outcomes from the 2021 report was that there is little progress regarding data collection by member states. And I think that actually triggered my colleague's question to say, then what are we trying to track? My question is there any avenue wherein we try to capacitate member states in terms of data collection and reporting? It's worrisome to see that from I think there was a slide wherein the majority of the member states, I think about 75%, were in red, according to a certain slide which you showed 0 to 25% in terms of data availability. Looking at that on its own, it's a red flag when it comes to reporting. What are we saying? Would we continue demanding for data which is not coming, keep on flagging red in terms of progress? Where in actual fact, like what he's saying, if you ask member states, actually, I might not have the data to report because I lack the data sources. But on the ground, it's not like the member state is not progressing. You go to the communities, you would see a lot of work happening, quite a number of interventions taking place. But when it comes to data source, it's not there. And that would hinder me from reporting. And as a result, my country will be flagged red. What are we doing with those that are in red? I heard you in your response about those that might have situations of instability, the war and whatnot, but there are those member states that are very stable, but the data is not coming through. What are we doing to capacitate them to ensure that they have the capability to collect data and the report? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important question. Yes, so what are we doing as AMCAO to strengthen the capacity of our member states? So to avoid having this type of figure every time. Every year we are talking about the issue of capacity, and every year we still have the same type of information that our member state report through the WASSMO. So nothing is done by the secretary or other person to strengthen or to really know the need of our member state to improve that. So to answer that question, early this year, we prepare a proposal and we submit to partners to support our member state into this area of capacity building. So we came to a conclusion that we need to do a need assessment for few countries to really know what is the need in terms of the capacity of our member state. So a need assessment with all the actors who are involved in the value chain of the water and sanitation sector. So we have submitted a proposal on that. And from that need assessment, we came out with a report that will support our member states to the area that we identify where they are weak. So we have not yet received a confirmation from the partner we started the discussion, but I'm sure that in the coming month, we have a feedback from them, either it's positive or negative, to go through this need assessment with the selected. We want to do a need assessment in 10 countries for this year. So 2 per region, 2 in West Africa, 2 in Southern Africa, 2 in Eastern Africa, 2 in the North Africa, and 2 in the Eastern African countries. So at the end of the process, we have a report from the need assessment that we identify the really need of our member states in terms of the capacity building and the action plan that we need to put in place to correct this type of information that we are presenting every year in terms of the data that are not very good coming from our member states. So you hear from us, you hear from us about this this exercise soon once we receive the feedback from that partner. So the questionnaire will not be an online a questionnaire or the online need assessment. So we'll go through each of our countries, spend a number of days with them to really know what is their need, prepare a report, and from that report now, we'll put in place an action plan to support the member state. We'll not be able to support the 54 in 1 year, but gradually it will increase the number. So our plan is within 3 years that we have trained around 44, or we are strengthening the capacity of 44 of our member states from that need assessment. So this year, our plan is to do a need assessment for 10 countries, next year 15 countries, and the other year 15 countries. So we reach at least a target of around 44 countries that we conducted a need assessment, and then we provided the support. We provide the support to them. So you will hear from us once we receive a feedback from that to the partner about that exercise. This is one of the key activities under the WASSMO action plan that we are planning to implement this year. So we have already we have the list of those countries that will go through with the questionnaire, and we'll get back to you once we have this question. So thank you very much for this. I hope is clear now to Philo and you about what are we doing to improve this and to change the trend in terms of the quality of the data we have in our member state. Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to draw to our attention that while we are doing this monitoring, data collection and reporting exercise, it is from the practical experience and the challenges we go through that we can identify the real problems. What am I saying? When you go back to your respective countries, you bring together the people involved, you try to report on this data. It is from the challenges. We've noted the issues of financing, how to track finance across the other sectors. These are some of the practical needs that we want to see. So while we are working on those countries, we encourage you to take notes, whether it is your turn or not, take notes of those indicators, those thematic areas that are a challenge. And if there are any suggestions or ideas that you also have, please take note of them so that it will not be that when we come back to say, okay, what are the, answer the questions or what are they, then you now start the process then. Let's just try as much as possible to be proactive before that time so that we can move seamlessly and quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. As I was saying about the focal point, to work in coordination with it. You see, for instance, here, this is Botswana. These are the SDG 6 focal point we have in Botswana. So you have their name, you have their title and the ministry here. So for instance, in Botswana, tomorrow we'll go through this one on the national coordination platform. So when they organize, when your Botswana will organize their validation meeting, they should invite these people here because these are the focal point who report to the GMP report every year. So the information, you see, the focal point, these are the indicator here. So if you have the indicator on 6.1 and 6.21, you should invite Kubuya Mukokamani to provide you the information about this, the information that he reported. Maybe some of them are not longer the ministry. You can also inform us to update our database. So we'll share this one. See, for instance, here, Irene here, she's a focal point of 6.41, 6.42. Right, Irene? Or is your So this is Irene here. We have the director here with a focal point of 6.51. We have David, focal point of 6.52. David again with focal point of 6.A1, 6.B1. So these are the database that have been shared with us by the UN Water. So we'll share this one with you again. For all the members, they will share that with you. And then during the validation process within your countries, please invite those people to come to participate in the meeting and to provide you the information that they submitted to the GMP for 2020 data. So I think, Riggs, do you have to add something, please, before we move to the launch?
Yeah, I think this discussion is really interesting. And I see the challenge of getting nationally representative data, especially if there's a lot of data available that's linked to an intervention or a project or a program, but that might not cover the entire country. And you gave some good examples of why that might be particularly difficult in a country that has, you know, some regions that are unsafe to reach. But there can also be just projects that only cover part of the country and they generate data that's really useful for the project, but might not be appropriate to use for SDG reporting or for WASSMO or for anything that's really tracking the national picture. So I think the list that you're sharing is exactly the right approach because there are focal points either for specific indicators. For the WASH indicators, it's the WHO and UNICEF country offices instead of a specific person. So you can certainly reach out to those. But also, if you scroll down on the list further, there are what are called overall focal points. So for in Botswana, there's Ms. Kobamelo Dikola at the Ministry of Land Management is an overall focal point. She's the primary focal point, but there's also the National Statistical Office. And especially for questions about should this data be considered nationally representative or not, the NSO should be involved in that conversation because that is their technical strength. They're the ones who are responsible to say if some data should or should not be used for international reporting purposes. And of course, the NSO is very strongly involved with household surveys and censuses. And someone was mentioning that there are big data gaps. What can we do about data gaps? Well, for Botswana, we have no data on hand washing in household surveys, even though Botswana does a household survey every 2 years or so. So the easy fix there is to just add a module on, asking if I can see the place where people wash hands and ticking if water and soap are available there. It's very easy, and the NSO has the power to do that. So engage with your NSO counterparts and see if some data gaps can be filled. And also NSOs can be partners, not just for surveys, but for administrative or sectoral data as well. So there are many countries where the statistics office works with the ministries to set up or improve an MIS system so that the data can be considered nationally representative and follow the best statistical practices, which the NSO knows how to do very well because that's their technical expertise. So I'm glad that you have this list, and I just encourage everyone to reach out, especially to those people in the national statistics offices when completing the WASSMO exercise. Thanks again.
Thank you, Higgs. Thank you very much. So any other contribution online? We have South Africa. Any question from those who are online? Contribution, question? Okay, so thank you. So for the data, please always report from what you have and what you can justify, please. So as I said, if it's for the information that is not covering the whole sector that we are asking, report to us what is available within the particular sector, but always provide a comment why you could not provide this information as completed. And next year, we will see how we can improve this information. So all this protocol is to avoid having a 0 or whatever in the value of this particular of a particular indicator. Okay, so thank you very much for this session. I think is the end of team 2, and then we will move now to the lunch for 45 minutes to 1 hour. The lunch is the other side, outside, and then after we'll come back and continue with the other team of the WASSMO. So thank you very much for all your contribution, and thank you for those who are online, who are following us since this morning. Thank you, and see you in 50 minutes. Sharing the screen. Okay, good afternoon, colleague. I hope you enjoy your lunch. So we continue with our training. Now we'll go on. We presented this morning an overview of the 2021 Africa Water and Sanitation report. Went through the overview of the WASSMO, and then we presented the team 1, team 2 with different discussion, question and answer. And now we are moving to the next team. We have 7 teams. So the other team we are very short. We have team 3 after team 3, team 4, and then hopefully we'll finish it today and then continue tomorrow. So now we are moving to team 3, which talk about the water infrastructure for growth. Sorry, now for this team 3, for water infrastructure, this team addressed the important issue of the infrastructure gap in Africa. So more or less, we will track here the how our member states are performing in terms of the development, the building of the infrastructure in Africa. The water and sanitation infrastructure. So the first sub-team here is the water for energy. So here is, we have the first indicator here is the Africa Water Vision Indicator, which talk about the target by 2025, develop 25% of hydropower potential. The indicator here is installed hydropower capacity as a percentage of economically feasible potential. These are the information we are requesting to you to report on. Is a sum of capacity rating of all installed hydropower, amount of gross theoretical potential that can be exploited within the limit of current technology and expected local economic conditions. So these are the information we are requesting from you to report on this, the hydropower capacity from our member states. So it's one of the indicators we notice also some progress in achieving this target by 2025. And the ministry you should work with is the ministry in charge of the energy, the electricity, or the water. So they have different divisions within this ministry who can report about this particular indicator. So the other one is by 2030, substantially increase the energy water productivity. So here is to calculate the energy water productivity, and the expert within the Ministry of Energy, Electricity, or the ministry in charge of water, they can calculate you, they can give you all this value of the water, the energy water productivity, which is, we have 3 parameters to collect here. The sum of energy production from all type of water, the total volume of water withdrawn for energy production, and the volume of water returned from all type of the power plant to the hydrology system. So last year, when we worked with our member states, some of them could not report this information because there were no system in place to track this information. But the recommendation we agree on is to put in place a system and to report on within this during this campaign. So the ministry in charge of energy, or the department of your ministry that is in charge of the energy or the or electricity, can report this information to you. So they should be part of the coordination platform, or from they should be part from the meeting that you organize to collect the data here. because you only are within the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, it will be impossible for you to collect this information on the energy. So all here is regarding the energy of the countries. So you also need maybe somebody from the national company in charge of supplying the electricity. Also, they can provide you with this information if you have somebody from that company. The team 3 also, and is one of the indicators where we have a lot of outlier here. You will see this one, agricultural water productivity here. So it was difficult for our member state to report on the agricultural water productivity because for this indicator, it's a survey you need to conduct to measure this, to have this value of the agricultural water productivity. And for some of them, there were no financial resources to conduct the survey in order to measure to collect the value of the indicator of the agricultural water productivity, which are the gross value added by agriculture, proportion of agriculture GVA produced by rainfed, and volume of water withdrawal by the agricultural sector. So for many of our countries, we work with the West and Central African countries. So for some of them, they don't have this element in their system because for them, there is no need to calculate this value or to collect this value annually or every 2 years within the ministry. There is no lack of water. There is rain every day. So there is no need for them even to calculate this proportion. This is what the feedback we receive from them regarding this particular indicator. So from AMCA, we are trying now to work with one of our partners, IMI, to see if they can support our member state to report into this particular indicator. So most of the time, if you have system in place, you can easily report this. If you don't have, it will be difficult to report this information. As we should always invite the people from the Ministry of Agriculture to help us report into this particular indicator. And what we are asking is the data up to 2020, not 2021 data, please, up to 2020. And if you don't have the data up to 2020, you can report the information 5 years before. If you don't have the information for the particular date and you have conducted a survey 5 years before, you can still report that information to the WASSMO, but you provide a comment saying that this is information 5 years ago because a survey has not been conducted for the year. For instance, the information on the population, the total population of the countries. We expect from you to report the total population up to the total population for 2020. But if a survey has not been conducted in 2020 in your countries to know the total population, you report from the last survey. This is the total population. We have all the statistics and give you the trend for 2020. This is the population, the estimation from the statistic. But you still have a comment to provide to the WASSMO system. Also, you can involve the colleague from FAO, the National Bureau of FAO, if they can provide you with some of this information in agriculture. For instance, the agricultural water productivity, if they have some information available to provide to you. Here we have the industrial water productivity. Even this one is also something very difficult to collect from our member states. Gross value added by industry, which is contribution to national GDP from industrial production and carrying, manufacturing, construction, and energy, volume of water withdrawn by the industry sector. So most of our members say it's a bit difficult for them to report this indicator because of the system in place. There's no system to collect this type of information. And there is a baseline value we are requesting here, the gross value added by industry and volume of water withdrawal by the industry in the baseline year. So here, our baseline here will be the 2019, because the 2019 information, the latest one. So we use 2019 here as baseline in the system. And this is the formula for the industrial water productivity. Okay, so here also is in terms of the municipality. They increase municipal water efficiency. By 2030, substantially increase water use efficiency in service sector. Okay, so we have this indicator, the service water use efficiency, and these are the value here. I remember in 2020, when we have this information, we presented to the member state. We wanted to remove it from the system, but most of you say we should keep it, that you are able to report the information. So these are the parameters we are looking for this. You should work with the National Bureau of Statistics, the Finance Ministry, the Water Utility, and the Water Ministry. So always include the water utilities into this process, because most of this information will come from them. Okay, so this information on this indicator on the transboundary, by 2025, develop 50% of planned infrastructure of regional importance to benefit of all riparian states. So here the indicator is the percentage of potential transboundary infrastructure that is installed under installation in reporting here. So here we are looking for 3 parameters: the value of completed or the installed transboundary water infrastructure, the value of water infrastructure plan, the countries that are beneficiary of the transboundary infrastructure. So once we provide this information, the system will generate the value of the percentage. And now from AMCAO, the AMCAO perspective, this is what we have, has transboundary water infrastructure here. Physical span in 2 or more countries, divert or convey water across the national border. So the main issue we face here is the countries say they could not report this information because they need also the agreement of the other countries. So this is where we have many of the issues we're facing into this particular indicator. So that's why we want now to work with this our river-based organization to help us to report into this type of indicator on transboundary. Some countries were able, but others no. Some who are in conflict, it was difficult to provide the information of this, the information on the transboundary water infrastructure. Okay, so here, these are the type of the water infrastructure we have here. And then this is the type of transboundary water infrastructure. So this is just an example. We have something like the Lesotho Highland Water Project is within Lesotho and South Africa. Yeah, so this is just a description how you can provide the information into this this indicator. You see here we provide the information on the value, the value in dollar of the completed transboundary water infrastructure, how much it costs, the value of water infrastructure plan in transboundary water basin up to the reporting year, so up to 2020, and the countries that are beneficiary of the transboundary. So here you mention the number of countries, and then at the section of the comment, you mention the list of the countries. And from that, the system generates the value of the indicator. Okay, so here also we have the indicator on required water infrastructure for growth. Here we are asking our member states to generate the value on the different type of water infrastructure and required capacity of each, and the installed capacity of each type of infrastructure here. So once you provide this information, then the system will generate the value of the indicator. So these are the type of the water infrastructure we have. These are the units. They require capacity. So all this, you have the explanation into the WASSMO system. So once you provide this in the system regarding this particular indicator, the system will ask you all this information. So the system will ask you all this information. These are the value you will input through the WASSMO system. All this. The flood defense, the aquaculture pond, the bulk water transfer pipeline, the water storage reservoir, the area occupied by the port facilities, the hydropower generation, the area equipped for agricultural irrigation. So for some countries, it was very easy to get, but for others, it was difficult. Most of the time is this indicator, area equipped for agricultural irrigation. So for the West Central African countries, they could not provide this type of information. The information is there, but there is no methodology or no structure to report that information because it implies a lot of resources. Also, this the flood defense also for some countries it was difficult to collect this information because you have to go through other ministry. For instance, the ministry in charge of the interior minister. Sometimes the ministry even of defense who can provide this flood defense, the infrastructure they build just to avoid the flood. But in our the island, it was easy to collect most of this information. Okay, thank you. So these are the information we are requesting for this team 3. So as you can see, it's a bit for some of our members, for most of them, it was difficult to report this because there were no system in place to collect and to report this information because it needs a lot of resources and a lot of resources to collect and to monitor the information. Yeah, so this is the team 3 on the water infrastructure for growth. Thank you. So you have any question? We are happy to answer. But the WASSMO system, you should not look it like it's complicated because in the WASSMO system, what we are asking from you, will see from this table, for instance, this is what we are asking to fill in the WASSMO system. So on Friday, my colleague will show you this. Once you fill all this information, the system will calculate the water infrastructure here. Once you fill all this information, once it's filled, the system generates the value of the indicator. So yeah, so this is the end for the team 3 on the water infrastructure for growth. Thank you. Question, please. Well, we have more problems with our members. So can we stand, please?
So Patrick, thank you for that presentation. I keep, hearing you go here, you go there for the data, you go, to these places, you keep pointing at places. But the reality is really different. You go to some places and nobody is responsible. They have never even heard about what you are talking about. So I think just pointing or this should be at this ministry or at the FAO, I think there should be some more effort in engaging all of those different responsible entities that are, obligated to reporting through the national, coordinator. That's the only way we can get some, coordination going across. Because in my country, Liberia, for example, it was only last year that we started to appoint a special focal point for the various indicators, and they have still not been trained. I think from this training, I'll have to go back and see if I can roll it out to those appointed. But it's just really all over the place. And I think that assumption that people already exist in different ministries and agencies or, UN bodies that are responsible is sometimes, counterproductive when you are about to provide the data. When you're actually about to conduct the exercise and they are not available, it's just difficult for the country to report. So I think we got to make some more effort as a national platform to engage with the various reporting ministries and agencies. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ambassador Bobby, for your contribution. So yes, we have to make a lot of effort to include more of this ministry that are in charge of this various indicators into our committee to facilitate this process. Because if you organize a meeting and we are there only with the water sector expert, we will not get all the information on the WASSMO. WASSMO is cross-sectoral, so we need the information from agriculture, from finance, from the Ministry of Energy, from the Ministry of even Defense for some of the indicators. You need the information from the Ministry of Agriculture, the ministry in charge of the electricity, the water utility, and others. So you have to put in place a committee. You have to organize a meeting where you have most of the actors, those are involved in the water and sanitation sector. Also the NGO, the UN organization as well, to come and share with you the data. So it's once you have all those people in the same meeting room that you can ensure that you provide at least 70% of this of the information. But if you limit yourself only to the water expert, you will not be able to provide even 10% of the WASSMO indicator. The countries where we notice very good progress is where they make a lot of effort to gather all the actors that are involved into the water sector, and they'll be able to report this information. So we hopefully this year you will be more, the validation meeting will be more inclusive, with more participants from a different ministry, and they should be informed ahead of time about the information that will come in the meeting, because we participate in some of the meeting, and it's during the meeting that the focal point of the different ministers are aware about the information they should collect. And this one will delay again for maybe 2 or 3 months or 2 or 3 weeks to report for this particular information. So once we launch the campaign, and then you identify the different ministries that they are in charge of reporting XYZ parameters, just assign the parameters. My colleague Genevieve will show you how to assign the parameters for the person to even report from where it is, and the system will generate it automatically for the countries. So we move to the other team, the team 4. So the team 4 here talk about the managing and protecting our water resources. So here we'll just track the various indicators that help us to see how our member states are managing their water resources. Here we have the first is to ensure the sustainable fresh water withdrawal. So here is the level of water stress. So we have fixed this information in our system. Last year, the system was the calculation was not very good in the system, but we have changed it. Now the system can generate easily the level of water stress. Because some of the member states, when they provide the value, it was difficult to calculate this value. So these are the information we are expecting from you to report in terms of generating this. The total fresh water withdrawal, the total non-conventional water resources, and the total renewable fresh water. So somebody here working, somebody from the ministry in charge of the research or the agriculture the water can provide all this information. The volume of desalination, if you are not doing desalination, is 0. It means that you could not provide this information. Total volume of fresh water extracted from resources, the river, lake, aquifer for municipality drinking water supply. So here also, we need to put in place the team who go and collect this information. So for some countries, the issue here was in terms of the tool. They don't have the tool to go and collect this type of information. Though some has the tool, but they don't have the capacity to go and collect this information. So we have to put in place a process to collect all this groundwater, information. So the other one here is the water use efficiency across all the sectors. These are the value we are requesting. So here we should work with somebody from the Ministry of Agriculture. The volume of water withdrawal by agriculture sector, the volume of water withdrawal used by the industrial sector, the volume of water withdrawal used by service sector. So here also, for some countries, it will be very difficult to report this volume of water withdrawal by agricultural sector because there is no system in place to report this information, or it's not the priority of the countries to report into this information. But we notice that the countries who are facing the Sahelian countries, it's easy for them to report this compared to the other countries who they have a lot of rain and others, because they don't put in place, there's no system in place to collect this, as there is no need at the country level. But we always encourage those countries to now put in place a structure to collect this type of information. The percentage of water recycle and reuse. Also here, I remember when we were working with the country, they said they don't do this. There is no operation of recycling or of reusing the water within their country. So they can't even report this information because it's not yet an issue to their country. So they don't have any data for this information. They have rain every time, and there is no need for them to collect this or to reuse the water. So here we are asking the total volume of treated, the wastewater that has been directly reused for purpose of than the irrigation. The total volume of treated municipal wastewater used for irrigation, total volume untreated municipal wastewater used for irrigation, volume of agricultural drainage water that has been recovered and reused. So you can see all this information. For some, our member states is not, they are not available, not because there is no capacity, but because of the interest of the country to collect this information. But those countries, we work with them, and we agree that this campaign they will report this type of information. See how this the installation to reuse the rainwater here. The total of rainwater harvested and used in the agricultural sector. Total volume of rainwater harvested and used in industrial sector. So you see, for instance, here, when you work with a country like Niger, a Sahelian country, they can easily report this type of information because they have system in place to collect the rainwater and to use it for agriculture. But you go to work with another country. If you are working with another country like, for instance, Cote d'Ivoire or Cameroon, they will tell you that there is no system in place for this because they don't face any issue of rain and there is no need for them to harvest the rainwater. So everything is going to the nature. Okay, here we have check if Stuart is connected. Okay, so here we have this groundwater information. I was looking if the our colleague from the UN is connected, who is responsible for this. So it's not yet online. So here we have the total water quality sample collected from surface and groundwater body and analyzed in the assessment year. Number of analyzed water quality sample collected from surface and groundwater body that have good ambient water quality. So for this indicator, last year we disaggregated it into two because before it was stated like this. So we mix the sample we collected from the groundwater and the surface water. So now we split into the two. So we have 4 indicators now here instead of 2. So the first is the total number of water quality sample collected from the surface, and then the total number of water quality sample collected from the groundwater is the same thing from the number of analyzed water quality sample from surface and the number of analyzed water quality from the groundwater. So we have disaggregated this information. It's no longer like this. And working with the water ministry or the water utility, you can get easily this information. So here is still with the team 4 is still in terms of the groundwater here. The volume of groundwater extracted and used for various purposes. For many of our members, we have this value, the natural groundwater recharge from the precipitation, additional groundwater recharge, and the total volume of groundwater recharge artificially. So these are the parameters you need to fill to provide the information of this particular indicator. The change in the extent of related, so this one is, we align it to the 6.61 of the SDG. These are the different information we are looking. So on Friday, my colleague will show you how to assign these particular parameters to your colleague. So once they report all this information, then the system will generate the value of this indicator. Okay, so thank you. This is the team 4 of WASSMO. We'll talk about the protection of the water resource, the protection and the management of our water resources. Thank you. Any question, please, or contribution? It's true, this thing can give headache. It's tough, but you are not working alone, so we are working as a team.
In relation of water quality, the parameter is to be measured annual or monthly, because we can repeat the samples are collected monthly, but the formula I don't know if it's a total amount of samples per year or per month. Yeah, it's supposed to be collected monthly. Yes. The samples of water are collected and measured monthly. Yes. If we consider the report as annual, we can repeat the same samples for the formula.
Yes, so it's not very, you say you are collecting the sample every month, right? And if you report annually, which information should you, is it what you are asking? Okay. If there is no change, I don't want to say something wrong. That's why I was looking for Stuart, the guys from UNICEF to connect, if it's connected. So I can give you more information maybe tomorrow, by tomorrow morning, once I consult with him. So I don't want to give any wrong information about this particular indicator.
I was just thinking, instead of not reporting anything in this indicator, and if they collect the data every month, there are two things now. Probably there is no change. Maybe what they collected last month is the same as this month, is the same as the next month. So instead of them saying that because they have not collected for that particular period, let them not report. They can they report the one that they have collected for the last? So that could be one of what is asking. Then another thing now is, can they also estimate the trend to say they've collected in January, February, this period? So with the way it's going, then this like an estimated figure for that particular period. So I'm not really sure which of the two, but I think either of the two, instead of not reporting, then they will still suffice.
The water quality is dynamic. For April, for example, we can have samples that are not adequate for potable water, but in May, good quality, June, etc., etc. And how to deal with variance. Yes.
I understand very well the question. So I will discuss with, because this one is a UNICEF indicator. So I have to discuss with the officer in charge of this at the UN. So he will give me more information on. So I don't want to go through what I have in my mind, but I want to know what is exactly they are requesting for. So but tomorrow morning, before we start, I will give you the information about it. Because I remember even last year, I think we had the similar question. So I forgot how we treated the question. Any other question, please? Question? You know. If Stuart is not around, The question asked by is Alcino, right? Is very important. Last year we reviewed this the methodology with the water expert of at AMCAO and Stuart, but unfortunately it's not connected today to give us more information about this. But I have noted the question and then I'll try to discuss with him today or early tomorrow. Any other question on team 4? OK, pas de questions. Emma, you have the agenda. I've done the team 4, right? It's not team 5. Okay, so this our team 5 here is relating to the climate change and the DRR, disaster risk reduction. So it's one of the team where we don't have many indicators. So it's just remaining 2 teams after team 6 and team 7, and we have done with the day. So here we have the first sub team here is in terms of the climate change. So here we want to measure the degree of implementation of the climate change adaptation and the irrigation measure. So in terms of the procedure our member states put in place to implement the climate change adaptation and the mitigation measure. These are the parameters you have to input into into the system to get the value of the indicator. So we have to input the total annual budget for climate change adaptation and mitigation in water-related sector, total annual expenditure on water-related measure, total annual final renewable energy consumption. So this one is SDG set 7.21. Total annual final energy consumption, total area of forest actually planted annually. So this one you can get from the Ministry of Agriculture. Total area of forest plan to be planted annually. So also get this one from the Ministry of Agriculture or the agency in charge of forestry, they can easily give you this information. And the other side, the data sources is the ministry that you should work on to identify the value of this indicator. So here also we try to measure the number of deaths as a result of the disaster related to water-related disaster. It's not all the disaster we should mention here. So per 100 people, 100,000 people. So in the system, my colleague will show you how to report this information. So here we are looking for the number of water-related disaster in the reporting here. The number of deaths from water-related disaster. So it's the number of deaths from water-related disaster. So the flood the cyclone and others in 2015. So now here we will not use the 2015, we use the 2019 information as baseline here. So now the number of persons reported missing after water-related disaster in 2019, and the number of persons affected by water-related disaster in the reporting here. So this information, you can get it from the National Disaster Loss and Damage Database, or the UNISDR database, where we listed some of the information, or the International Disaster Database. So for those who are not aware, they can connect in this system and they will have most of this information from their countries to get this, or you connect with the office or the ministry in charge of the disaster loss and damage. This is how it's calculated at the end of the day to get this, this information. Okay, this one is also very important. To know after a disaster, we want to know to measure the economic loss as a result from the water-related disaster. So here we are looking to our member state to report the number of water-related natural disaster in reporting here. So it means that in 2020, the number of water-related disaster in this one is 2019, direct economic loss from the water-related disaster and the direct economic loss from water-related disaster, the gross domestic production GDP of the countries in the reporting here, and the GDP of the country in the baseline here. Yeah, so this is the calculation of this this indicator. So where you see I means that is a baseline. So this one is not 2015, it's 2019. Okay, thank you. So these are the parameters for the climate change and the disaster risk. So this one is quite easy to collect if you work with the right office or the right ministry that they're in charge of the national disaster and the damage from your countries. So in each country, you have an office like this. It's either embedded within a ministry or it's a ministry dedicated to collect this type of information. So in Botswana, Irene, in Botswana, which ministry is in charge of this type of information or office? Somebody from Botswana can tell us to collect the information on the climate change or the disaster, the water-related disaster. So in your country, you can just give us an example. So we will hear from you which office is in charge of.
The office in charge of disaster risk here in Botswana.
Yes.
It's the risk management is coordinated at. We have a disaster risk management office under the Office of President. It's coordinate all the activities in regards to disaster, in terms of floods, in terms of drought, in terms of any natural disaster that can occur. And other ministries, they do support this office by a provision of data, like Ministry of Environment. It's mandated for climate change monitoring. There is also our ministry, the Ministry of Lands and Water Affairs. It's mandated for issues of hydrology. So they look into issues of flood forecasting, flood and drought forecasting. And these informations are channeled to this disaster risk management office, which is placed at the Office of the President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So you see, if during the the validation process or the collection of this, the data collection of this particular indicator, you need to involve that office so they will be able to provide the information to you. So we want to hear from other countries. From Angola, which ministry is in charge of this, or is an office? No, it's okay. It's okay. Huh? You say? Minister of Environment. Ah, okay. So it's in Angola is the Minister of Environment who is in charge. Okay, that's fine. Now in Mozambique.
We have two institutions. The Minister of Land and Environment, and the Institute of Management of Disasters.
So you see, you have different offices in your countries that can provide you the information about this. So in Lesotho,
Even for Lesotho, I think it is the same as Botswana. We have the office under the Office of the Prime Minister, which is called the Disaster Management Authority, which is responsible for coordinating all these other stakeholders responsible during, of course, for management of disasters. Yeah.
No, I'm from Mozambique. I think it's already clarified.
okay. So now in Botswana, I'm sorry, I wanted to say Zimbabwe.
Thank you. Yes, in Zimbabwe, I think we also have a number of organizations that involved. There's the Climate Change Department under the Ministry of Environment. There's also the Department of Meteorological Services under also the Ministry of Environment. There's also the Civil Protection Unit. I think it's now a department on its own under the Ministry of Local Government and Public Works. Then also under Ministry of Lands, there's also a team, because there's now have a committee which will have a look at these issues, which will also involve the Ministry of Lands, which is also responsible for agriculture, and also which is also responsible for water. Then we also have parastatals that are involved, like the Zimbabwe National Authority, which is also involved in the hydrological analysis, and to also highlight especially the pre and the post-season issues when it comes to the hydrological issues. So there are a number of organizations, and also there is the OPC, Office of the President and Cabinet, is also involved, especially on the disaster risk management framework is also part of that framework. So there are a number of organizations involved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for most of you, you have organization or office that are responsible. So we expect that from this reporting period, we have the information of this indicator. Because last year we could not get, for all our member states, it was difficult to report this information. All of you has an office in charge of that. Liberia?
So agency responsible for this particular indicator. The first one we would say as the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, especially to do with climate change, up there. But then when we come down more specifically to water-related debt, we got a disaster management agency that is headed by Mr. Williams. So we work very closely together, all of the different, and we got focal person in those various agencies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll see from the report of this year how you are working with those agencies to report the the information. So if in 2020 there were no disaster, so report the information from the last disaster you have. We are not praying to have a disaster in our countries, but the last one that we face, we can report the information to this here. So we are not strict on 2020, but we can report from the information we have from the last disaster. Water related disaster, please. Yes.
I understand that we are using 2019 as a baseline. Is there any reason for using this year? I remember that the first campaign took place maybe before this year. It was 2017 or 18, something like that. Is there any reason to start or to use the 2019 as a baseline?
The baseline we say is just based on from the last reference point we collected the information, because last year we requested for 2015 because it was the last year we reported the information in the WASSMO. It was 2015. So after 2015, we could not. We spent around 7 years without providing any report on the WASSMO. So there were a vacuum between that period. That's why we mentioned 2015 for the when we launched the 2019 campaign. But as we are launching this campaign, our baseline will be the data we collected last year, which is 2019. This is our baseline. Yes, so from the information we collected last year, how are we moving? So it'll be very easy for us. Once we have 3 reference points, we have 2015, 2019, and then you'll be able to do some of the analysis. Any other question, please? Please, Emma, to do some exercise again. Okay, now this is team 6, which talk about the governance and institution. The governance and institution. So here we track how our government, the different strategy we put in place to enable the environment to implement the various water and sanitation policy. So the first indicator here we are looking is the degree of implementation of the enabling environment at all levels. So this is one of the indicators we notice very good progress. So here we are asking our member states, these are the different elements you'll see in the WASSMO system. You are asking the existence of this element. The national level policy, strategy, guideline, and operational manual related to water. If the country has this information. So you'll see in the WASSMO system, you answer, there is a range in the WASSMO system from 0 to 100 in the WASSMO system. So once we have at the level of this information, the national level of, for instance, national level policy, strategy, guideline, and operational manual related to water. So now you see from the document you have, where are we? Is it very low? If it's very low, you will just mention the value between 0 to 9. If it's low, you mention the value between 10 to 29. If it's medium, you put the value 30 to 49. If it's medium high, 50 to 69. If it's high, 70 to 89. If it's very high, 90 to 100. So here is in terms of the level of the implementation. In the indicator reference sheet, we have described this one. So in the WASSMO system, we are not asking you to answer yes or no. It's to just input the value of here. And from the analysis, we will know that this is where you stand. So the national level policy, strategies, guideline, and operational manual related to water. The countries will answer if it's very low, if it's low, if it's medium high, if it's high or very high. And these are the number you should input in the WASSMO system. So it's the same thing with the other element, the national level law and regulation related to water, the national level strategy plan, action plan, master plan, and program related to water. Where are we standing here in terms of this different policy? So these are the information you should report into the WASSMO. And the definition we as the indicator reference sheet has defined this one. I will present to you after. Oh, sorry, but this one is in French. So you can see here, or I should translate this first in English and then I would show. So there's no need to. So this one is in French. The explanation of the very low, low, medium, and very high. So these are the explanation here. So just give me a few seconds. I will just translate this one and then put the discussion will be. No, I know why it's better to see it. Yeah. So just give me a few seconds. Oh, okay. Okay, so you can see here, these are the explanation of the, I even forgot to translate this again. So these are the explanation here. So here is very high in terms of the policy. So when you report the into the WASSMO, you have this one, national level policy strategy, guideline and operational manual related to water. So where are you, for instance? Is it very low? It means that the development of the framework has not yet started, or is in standby. Low, the framework is under preparation but not yet approved. Medium low, the framework is approved and implementation has begun. Medium high, the framework is being implemented by the majority of authorities. High, the targets are consistently met. And very high, the framework is periodically reviewed and revised. So where are we into this in here? So I will just take an example of a country. Let's go randomly. For instance, let's say in Botswana, no, Zimbabwe. So in Zimbabwe, for instance, you give us the answer in Zimbabwe. So what is, in terms of the national level policy, strategy guideline, and operational manual related to water, do we have this? So in the WASSMO, we'll ask you to report into this value between very low, low, medium high, high, or very high. So where are we in Zimbabwe regarding this, the national level policy, strategy guideline, and operational manual? Is it very low? Is it the development of the framework has not yet started or is in standby? Low, the framework is under preparation but not yet approved. So where are we in Zimbabwe? Genevieve, the mic, please.
I think we can say on policy, it's medium to high. The policy is there, and some of the propositions are being implemented by authorities at different levels. Then when it comes to legislation like the acts, yes, they are there. The Water Act, the EMA Act, there are a number of acts that are there. And we can say, I'm trying to see where we can put it because we reviewed these ones. And when we see that there's a gap there, we come up with statutory instruments. Those ones that are will take a short time to be put into place. But the acts themselves, they've been there for some time, although currently they're under review. So I'm not sure when you have that situation where you can put them. Then strategies, on strategies, we have on water one that was developed in, I think in 2000, which definitely will require the review, but we also have yearly review of our 5-year strategic plans for ministries that are responsible for water. So we have a yearly review of strategic plans of the targets that would have put there to see what would have achieved. So maybe you can say on strategic plans, if at ministry level, they are very high. We periodically review them. In the following year, we have the new revised versions of our strategic plans. But for the bigger one, the bigger integrated strategic plan, maybe this one would also require required to be reviewed because it's been there for some time now.
Okay.
I don't know, my colleague maybe might also want to add some.
You want to add something? Not for now. Okay, so you see, so for instance, for Zimbabwe, so for most of these parameters, so they are around medium high and very high. the framework is being implemented by the majority of authority at most levels. So when you are medium high is from 50 to 69. So in the WASSMO system, once you have this indicate the parameters, national level policy, strategic guideline, and operational manual related to water. So for Zimbabwe, if they are medium high, it means that they will put a value between 50 to 69 in the system. Okay. So once you put that value and the value is within this frame, so we know that it's medium high. For the plan down, you talk is you explain and you say we are very high. It means that you are between 90 to 100. So you should mention a number in the WASSMO system. Once you open this indicator between 19 to 100, you can put 95, 98. So it's up to you, but it should be between the two, between this frame, the value. So now in Angola, so another example in Angola, you can explain to us in terms of the national level policies, strategic guideline, and operational manual related to water. So where do you stand in Angola based on this explanation? Very low, low, medium, high, high, or very high? Angola, and this is the explanation of the very low and the other element. Medium low. So it means that the framework is being implemented by the majority of authority at most levels. So medium low is between 30 to 49. So you should choose a number between 30 to 49 that show that this is the performance of my country regarding this particular indicator. And once we do the analysis, we'll show the performance of the countries. So now for the national level, to the national level strategic plan, action plan, master plan, and program related to water. Where do you stand in Angola? The master plan, the strategy, and others. It's still, yes, water. Yeah.
Impact. And after our Minister of the Environment approved the preview plan, okay, we go for another step. So after we have approval for the minister and the institution from the what can I say? Yeah, we put the whole process and so I don't know, what can I say? Is like a law, the government law, yeah. The permit to put the concourse. When it go to the concourse, the company buy all that all information, and yeah, after that we can have some project to go inside.
Okay, so you are within the framework of medium low. Still, the framework is approved and implementation has begun, right?
Sorry.
For what you just explained.
Yes.
Is this one, right? Okay, so we move to another countries, just to Lesotho. So for your policy, so it's just a bit exercise to know the level of implementation of the enabling environment in your countries. So for the national level policy, strategic guideline, and operational manual, where do you stand in Lesotho? Is it very low? The development of the framework has not yet started. Low, the framework is under preparation but not yet approved. Medium low, the framework is approved and implementation has begun. Medium high, the framework is being implemented by the majority of authority, and high, the target are consistently met, and the framework is periodically reviewed and revised. Where do we stand in Lesotho?
I think we stand under the medium to low because we have the policies, we have the frameworks, but the implementation are a bit slow.
Okay, so medium low is mean that in the WASSMO system, you are between 30 to 49. So you will choose a number here.
Okay.
Between 30 and 49, put in the system. So for your cases, you can maybe put 35 or 40, any of the number between that frame, then you put in the system. Okay. So now in Mozambique, as you know, can we have information about the policy in Mozambique? Where do we stand in Mozambique? Is it very low, medium high, high, or very high?
Okay, thank you. For Mozambique, I think we can say, fortunately, high.
That is good.
Yeah. We have a number of strategic and the associated documents already elaborated and approved by the government. Even the implementation, we can classify that it's going well. Maybe because of our experience, we are located in downstream location. So we have several disasters. So we have to be in, how can you say, in prontidão?
You have to be ready.
Sorry? Ready.
Ready, yeah.
Yeah, so we are organized.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
Only to add, saying that Mozambique have water law, but now is in process to finalize the water and the sanitation law and the decentralization strategy, only to show that our level is high. Okay.
Okay. That is very fine. So now in our host country in Botswana, David, can we have where do you stand in terms of your policy? Is it their water related policy? Is it very low, medium, high, or very high?
I'll go with media. The reason being that we have a recently approved policy, water and wastewater policy of 2016. We have also a very not old integrated water resources management plan that we are currently implementing. And then we also have updated the National Water Master Plan on 2018. So currently we are reviewing water-related legislation, which is involving 5 pieces of legislation: the Water Act, the Borehole Act, Water Aquatic Weeds Control Act, Water Utilities Corporation Act, and Water Works Act. These all acts are very old acts. They are not able to keep up with the current emerging issues. So with its review, they will also introduce the Sanitation Management Act and also the Water Regulatory Act. So I'm envisaging that the act on its own will clarify all the roles of the key players in the water sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So it means that for you are medium low. So medium low or medium high. So it's between, medium high is between 50 to 69. So when you are inputting the data in the WASSMO, so always take into consideration these ranges of the number. Okay, so I think everything is clear regarding this information, how to input it into the system. Bobby, did I ask you to talk? Or? Yeah.
I think on the governance of water or wash sector, I think Liberia has done a really good job over the last couple of years. Remember, Liberia has been the only country without a regulatory authority in the sector for so many years. Over the last 3 years, to just really improve on wash sector governance, the WASH Commission was created to provide regulatory function as well as leadership. So in that, we've got the act creating the commission, but we also got a national water supply policy. We have developed a roadmap to end open defecation. We're currently working on what we call the regulatory framework. And we are also working on several different policies, but there are some very strong policies that are already in force. So I would say I would put us in the high or medium high, just right around there. But we want to get to the very high soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this. So, okay, so if you are very high, it means that you are between 90 to 100. Okay, so the data you input in the system should be between the range of 90 to 100. So this is the exercise for most of the information we are requesting for this particular team, the governance institution. You'll see here also you have another indicator here, degree of implementation of the establishment and reform of institution at all levels. So here we are asking the existence of the governance, the government authority, existence of cross-sector coordination at national level. So it's not to answer yes or no. You have to input the value, a quantitative value here. And from that quantitative value, you know where you stand. And it's the same exercise as we did previously to know if you are medium, low, or whatever. So existence of a gender-specific objective at national level. Where do we stand in terms of the existence of this gender? Existence of gender-specific objective at transboundary level, existence of organizational framework at transboundary level, existence of provincial, state, district, country, commune, authorities. So here, these are the range value here. You just, if it's very high, you are between 70 to 90 to 99. If it's very 90 to 100, sorry. So the same thing here. So this one is system of number now. The proportion of drinking water point having actively functioning water and sanitation community. So here is the water point with the a community who are managing this the different water point. So here we are asking the total number of drinking water point in the countries, both rural and urban. Drinking water point which actively functioning water and related water and sanitation committee. So we are not asking for just the first one you can see we are asking for drinking water point in all the countries. If you have the drinking water without the water and sanitation committee is the first information. You list all the, you don't need, you give the number of the total of the drinking water point you have within your countries. And then the second one is to give out of this total of the drinking water resources, water point, which one has the a water and sanitation committee. So this is the number you should provide to us here. And now at the end, we'll calculate the proportion of drinking water point having the actively water and sanitation committee. Is this something you can collect from your country? Huh? They are challenged. Wait, let me give you a mic.
I'm looking at the water and sanitation committees. With the rural areas, there are water and sanitation committees. My change is with the water utility.
by design, there are no water and sanitation committees. They just managed by the utility. So if you don't pay, they just cut you off of the supply. So what do you do on this one, on those?
You have few water point with water sanitation committee, right?
No, for the utility, they don't use water and sanitation committees. They just manage the system on their own.
I say for utility.
The water utility
Yeah.
doesn't, by design, there is no water and
Yes.
sanitation committees.
Mm.
But for the rural schemes, there are rural sanitation committees. So I'm saying, what do you do with the utility? Because by design, there are no water and sanitation committees.
Yes, so it's not a problem. So we count, you see the first indicator, we count the total number of drinking water points in the countries, both in the rural and urban. So here you count all the water, all the drinking water point within the countries, with or without the committee. Everything is the first point. Okay. The second point now is only those who have the committee. So out of the many that you have reported, how many of them has a water and sanitation committee? That's all.
So my concern is that the water points in urban areas where the utility is supplying water, by design, there are no water and sanitation committees.
Yes.
In fact, they are not necessary because they manage the system on their own. So if you exclude them, it appears that they don't have a committee. Yet they're not supposed to have a committee. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. There's a hand she's insisting. Oh, go ahead and I will answer. Yeah, insisting.
But I'm going to say something else besides what he's saying.
It's a bit different. So I think from my understanding, if you have you have drinking water point with water and sanitation committee, right? Yeah. You have it in your country, right? Yes. So for those who does not have the water and sanitation committee, you count them in the first point. Okay. Now those who have the water and sanitation committee, you count them only on the second value. That's all. I understand very well where you are going, but for the sake of the exercise and for the indicator, because here is a proportion of the water point who has having the water and sanitation committee. So it's a ratio you want to calculate. Okay, out of all the drinking water point of Angola, for instance, or what's your country? Is Angola? Eswatini, sorry. Out of the country Eswatini, how many of the drinking water point has the water and sanitation committee? That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Boyla myself from Ministry of Health and Wellness again. Oh, Ministry of Health for now. Sorry, the wellness is no longer there. It's Ministry of Health. Well, I wanted to be like this thing, the drinking water points with active water point committees. Is it something related to water safety planning, or that one is something different from this? Because in Botswana, we have water safety planning that we tried to roll out, but we had a hiccup, a challenge with rolling out to other districts because of financial shortage of money. We didn't have funds to roll it out from Ministry of Health to locals, because Ministry of Health is we are the policymakers. We do capacity building, then we capacitate those ones who are at the district to actually implement the projects that we are coming with, but they didn't have money. So it's there, we just introduced, but it was not implemented at all. So like hand washing with soap and water that we discussed in the morning, we're just wondering if there's anything that we can actually help the country, the member state with, like for water safety plan, let it be finance, capacity building, or anything that can actually be helpful for water safety planning that can actually reduce the risk around the water sources and the water points, like actually alluded to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But from the what you explained, those drinking water point you explain, or water safe, do they have a water sanitation committee? No.
I wouldn't say it's a water sanitation committee. It was for water, like for drinking water. So it was a team with water utilities, for around water utilities, environmental health officer, and the HOSI, just those community structures. Those people at the village, they were working together to actually protect and see if the water is not contaminated, like from the standpipe from the community or the village, from the borehole distribution system within the village up to the tap. So I don't know about the sanitation committees, they can talk to that.
So here you have the water committee and you have the sanitation committee.
No,
So you are not mixed.
maybe they are.
Wait, Irene will say something.
There's also what you call sanitation planning, right? There's water safety planning, there's sanitation planning. So if they have the sanitation committees at the villages, they will say if there is. Thank you.
Yes, I think for the sake of this indicator, once you have a committee within a drinking water point, just consider it as part of this indicator. Okay, once you have a committee within a drinking, if it's a sanitation committee or a water, you mix it, you mix all you put for this, for the second point here, where you have drinking water point with actively functioning water and sanitation committee. So it's either the water sector or the sanitation, and we mix to report this this value. There's a hand from Zimbabwe.
Oh, okay. I wanted to say the issue of water safety planning that she's alluding to. It's actually a standalone program that you have. But then we are saying if a water point has a committee, you use the committee for the water point actually as a vehicle to strengthen the water safety planning, because we are saying you are taking a program that is meant to ensure that our water point is safe, the drinking water that we are having is safe from pollution and whatever. But you would find that in most cases, our water safety issues are threatened by us as individuals due to our behaviors. So we are saying if you have a water point committee, you use that committee to ensure that they safeguard the water point by engaging other users, and they are more like the custodians, and they will ensure that whatever is happening around the water point does not threaten the safety part of our water. So the committee is just a vehicle that you can take advantage of to ensure that your safety planning is a success. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So any other contribution for this particular indicator? Okay. Now we have here the degree of implementation of management instrument. So these are the information we are looking. We are requesting from our members to report on the instrument for pollution control, instrument for monitoring, instrument for building the IWRM capacity, the basin management instrument, the aquifer management instrument, the instrument for data and information sharing within the countries. So, and here we still have this this value here to report on. This in terms of the transboundary cooperation, we are asking here the total surface area of transboundary basin, total surface area of transboundary basin that have an operational arrangement for transboundary water cooperation. So here we have the arrangement for the water cooperation here, and the operational status, which is a regular performance of tasks related to mandate, regular coordination meeting, and regular communication. Here, we are tracking the degree of implementation of governance mechanisms for integrity and transparency. So here is in terms of the transparency here. We want to know the extent of promoting legal and institutional framework that hold decision maker and stakeholder accountable, such as the right to information and independent to investigate water-related issue, extent of establishing clear accountability and control mechanisms for transparent water policy, extent of adopting multi-stakeholder approach, and other tools to identify and address water integrity and the transparency gap. So here, these are the range. You should answer also very low, low, medium high, high, and very high. And we have the explanation of each of these, of the progress we have made within these parameters. Here, the last, in terms of gender, here the percentage of water-related sectoral policy. We have the total number of water-related sectoral policy law and plan, and the total number of water-related sectoral policy with provision for gender, equity, and equality. So, so these are the information we are requesting from you. So here is quantitative, and thank you very much. So, Emmanuel. So do you have any question on Team 6 on the governance and institution? Yes.
Thank you. My question is just simple. Does the tool have a guiding tool? Does this system have a guiding tool that we can refer to? Okay, thank you.
So there is a manual for the online system, and there is a manual for all the indicators. So what I'm just showing you is just an overview of each of those indicators. We will share with you the indicator framework, where for the 44 indicator of the WASSMO, we have defined the rationale of each of the parameters. So you have those information, and if you have facing any confusions, refer to those to that document. So we are 4:30. What do you propose? We continue until the end, is remain around one slide, and then we close, or we take a break and then we continue after. We continue. Okay, Emmanuel, icebreaker, and then we'll finish.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give Patrice a round of applause for the wonderful facilitation. Actually, I feel like I'm the executioner, or the, what do they call it? The one that passes judgment. So whenever you see me stand here, you know that something is about to happen. On that note, let's please rise and just stretch our body a bit. We have less than 30 minutes to wrap up, but let's, allow the blood flow. So this time around, we would, I'll do without the mic because it's quite a physical activity. Okay, so some of us know the exercise, but when I say atama, you go one, you jump to the right and bounce one. When I say labaku, you go 1, 2, 3. Then when I say, oh, you know it, huh? Are you sure? Okay. Please pardon the language. I don't know where the language is from, but the essence is just for us to stretch and unwind. So when I say atama, you go 1. You may want to spread and give yourself space. Huh? Labaku, 1, 2, 3. Labarina, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So it's as simple as that. Huh? We keep refining it as COVID came, the new normal came. Okay, so are we ready? All right. And when I repeat atama, you keep going to that direction. Huh? Okay. 1, 2, go. Atama, 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 labaku, labaku, labarina. Thank you. Give yourself a round of applause.
Okay, Emmanuel, thank you for the icebreaker exercise. So we'll continue with our last team, which is in terms of the information management and capacity development. Here is in terms of the information management. The first point here, we are tracking the degree of implementation of establishment of the national monitoring and reporting system for the WASSMO. So here, sorry. These are the indicators. Here we have the level of establishment of the national data collection and monitoring system for the Pan-African water and sanitation reporting. So here is the WASSMO we are trying to cover here to know how is your country in terms of the establishment of the national data collection and monitoring system for the WASSMO. Is it very high, medium, low, or very low? We are also looking for the spatial coverage of the national monitoring system and the country size here. So this information is part of the water fact sheet. And we also are requesting the level of establishment of the national database for the WASSMO system and the availability of personnel to manage a national WASSMO system. So for this particular last one, the availability of personnel to manage the national WASSMO system. So here you have the explanation in the manual where we explain for the personnel. You would choose the number here. Is it very low? If it's very low for the personnel, it means that it's between 0 to 9. If it's low, it's between 10 to 29. If it's medium low, this is the range. High and other. So in the framework that we'll share with you, you have the explanation of each of these range. The second indicator here is the percentage of the African monitoring and reporting system reported by country. So here is the number of WASSMO indicators reported and the total number of indicators in the WASSMO system. So this one is very easy to collect. So the other one here is in terms of the disbursement for the education and research. So here you have to work with the ministry in charge of the education, here we have the public fund disbursed to education and research activity of the water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. So here you have to work with all the ministry that are in charge of the education of your country. Okay, so to collect this type of information, because here we are looking for research, we are looking also even for basic education, we are looking the information here. So we want to know the public fund disbursed for the research in the area of water and sanitation. The total annual public fund disbursed to water supply, sanitation, and hygiene sector. So these are information we are looking to generate the value of the amount of fund disbursed to education and research as percentage of total disbursed to the water and sanitation sector. So here you should also convene for your meeting the university. Maybe they are aware about the amount dedicated to research or the research institution you have within your countries in the water and sanitation sector. So thank you very much. I think this is the last was the last team for the it was the last team for the WASSMO in terms of the capacity development and information management. So thank you very much for this. This is the last team for the WASSMO. Do you have any question for this? Any question for the team on the capacity? Or the previous team, the team on financing, or you have a question on that? Okay, so that's fine. So yes, so this morning, so we went through the various presentations. So we started with the official opening with the Deputy Permanent Secretary and the AMCAO ES who made the official opening for this meeting. Then we'll continue with the presentation of the overview the key results from the last campaign, the 2021 campaign. And we presented to you also an overview of the WASSMO system, and we went through the different teams of the WASSMO with some, most of the time with question and answer, and the contribution from the colleague of the UN WHO who was connected for our meeting. So we went through the team 1, the team 2, team 3, team 4, team 5, team 6, team 7 of the WASSMO with all always the question and answer to better understand the different indicator and parameters of the WASSMO. So for the WASSMO session, today is the end for the WASSMO. We'll continue tomorrow with, we'll start tomorrow with the AIP scorecard in the morning with our colleague from GWP who will make a presentation on the AIP scorecard. And after the presentation of GWP and the question, we'll continue with our second monitoring, which is the AfricaSan goal monitoring. How we'll present to you the monitoring of our sanitation indicator, how we are planning to track this year the sanitation indicator. Because this year we will not have 2 reports. Last year we have a report on sanitation and a report on water and sanitation, but this year we'll compile everything and present one report to our governing council and to the African Union Commission. And tomorrow will be dedicated on the sanitation indicator. How are we tracking the AfricaSan goal commitment that the head of state or the minister in charge of sanitation has agreed on, how to change the sanitation landscape in Africa. So tomorrow will be the topic and the AIP scorecard, and the following day now, the last day, is the IT system, how to input the information to the system. We will have a theoretical session and the practical session for the online system. So for those who have their data here, or those who can ask to send the data for any years here, or even for 2020 information, we can go through on Friday during the practical session on that information. So at the end of the session, they will input the information for around 50 or 60% in the WASSMO system. So thank you very much for the first day, for being here until the end of this training for day 1. We have our coffee break. I'll give the floor to my colleague Thomas to close this day, and to our colleague from Botswana also to say something, and then we'll leave for tomorrow morning, 8:30. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Patrice. Yeah, it was quite a strenuous day, but I think, yeah, we have really achieved quite a lot. Just a few housekeeping rules. Is it rules or no? Not rules, but anyway, those that have their boarding passes ready with you, if you can see me at that small corner, so that we can see how our dinner is going to be like. So that's the small announcement that I had. Thank you.
Okay. We also have the coffee break here. So please, you take your snack and you keep it in wherever you want. But don't leave the snack here, please. Yes. So David, can you say something to us before we leave for tomorrow? You are our host.
I have a team here. Or because you only the name David near you. I have Mr. Gwati, I have Irene, I have Mamuse White, I have Dimpo, I have Saniso. Okay, this is the team. Actually is the WASH team in Botswana, but we have around 32 members from various sectors, ministries, NGO, and parastatal. The one who is sitting here, Mr. Baumike, is coming from a parastatal. So it's a huge team. It started in 2017 when we were doing the glass, but it has been together and the team is growing. We even have new members from the BES, Botswana Unified Revenue Services, that are part of the team. I think in the near future, we'll be inviting, is it the WHO or yourself, to train us on the track film. So it's something that we are looking forward to, but we are not ready yet. We will inform you when we are ready. Today's deliberation was really very much informative. I want to believe that all of us have grasped what these two gentlemen had presented to us. And I want to believe that all of us here have been involved on the updating or doing the survey for the WASSMO, or also the NGO commitment. I hear that tomorrow will be deliberating on that one. So I would say have a wonderful stay here in Gaborone. We do have various restaurants just nearby. You can walk around. We have Nando's, we have pizza, we have even traditional food just around here. So if you just explore the place, you'll find that maybe what you really need. I think even the entertainment as well, it's here. But Botswana, believe me or not, we don't have a nightlife like any other countries where you would see that it can go up to 3 in the morning, people walking in the street. But here around 10, 11 people are sleeping. So it's our culture. Don't be shocked by that. It's normal. Okay. I would say have a good stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, the coffee break is there for, is waiting for you, please. Thank you. See you tomorrow, 8:30. So we should take everything there, please. We have already paid, so should not leave anything here, please.